All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. So, good morning to Peter from New York Stock Exchange. Good morning to from New Jersey, where I am, and Andrew from Vancouver. Look who's up early, nice and ready to rock and roll, my friends. We woke up Andrew today at 4 a.m. his time, and let's say we had a meeting. Let's do this, and he's pumped up and ready to go, friends. All right, guys. As you guys might know, new time for us, 8 a.m. going forward, starting our pre-market show to get ready for the market open. Peter and I, Andrew, and many others are going to take you through the market prep and get you ready for the day. Quick early look at our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com, where you can get all your tools for trading. Tons of stuff available there, like our amazing tool Market Atlas, which a lot of us are enjoying and loving, helping us out with a lot of trades, using it every single day. So check it out, tradingterminal.com. A couple of stuff in the green early this morning, some stuff in the red. We'll dive into all of that a little bit later. But first, Peter, let's go to our economic data and what we have for today.
Yeah, and I just realized, what happens in the chat room?
Nothing. 8:30. They come on with Jared. Yes.
Okay.
Peter, I think your mic is picking up the wrong mic. I think you don't sound as you don't sound as clear and sexy voice, Peter. Late night radio, Peter. We're not getting that, Peter. We're getting the AM radio, Peter. Rough early news. All right, Peter's gonna check that out, friends, and
There we go. That should be better then.
Much better.
Okay.
Awesome.
Good. Yeah, so a couple of things on the economic calendar for today. What we expect 8:30, so about half an hour from now, we're going to have the CPI data. That's probably the key element that the market's going to be looking for and react to. You know, we haven't seen the market really use data in the past until this last week, right? When we had that non-farm payroll job report that came out last week, and suddenly the market's paying attention to economic indicators again. So we'll see if that continues with the CPI data that comes out at 8:30. The key one here is the month over month, just core and then non-core, right? The 0.2% for the core, 0.3% for the non. Basically, if the numbers come out on target, then we should be fine. If they come out anything above or below that, then expect a market reaction. So we'll look for that in about half an hour. Later on in the morning, the only other things of note, really, I normally would not put crude oil inventories on here, but we thought we mentioned this morning because, of course, oil is all the talk. Right? Everybody's very aware now of oil prices. We're hyper sensitive to it because of the restriction of supply coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, which we know now controls about 20% of the global supply, and that's causing increases at the pumps, and of course increases for the price of crude. And that's important because, of course, oil is used in almost every product that we use, whether directly or indirectly. It has an impact, and that has an inflationary pressure. Speaking of which, right, we can talk about that, I suppose, because the Strait of Hormuz is one that is, unsure exactly what's happening right now. As far as we know, it's still closed. I know that the administration and President Trump is saying that they're working on clearing mines. Iran has said that they're still placing mines. So, like one way or the other, it looks like at this point there is no oil flowing through the strait. Despite the fact that yesterday there was a White House official that said that they managed to escort a U.S. ship through, and that was posted on social media, but then that was taken down, and under direct questioning, the White House said that was incorrect and that they have not moved any ships through that strait. So it looks like at this point it's still out of commission, right? There's still no oil flowing through. So we will keep an eye on that and let you know if and when that changes, because the market will react. Like we saw that, right? When President Trump came online and said that there was going to be the war was almost over, we saw the market shoot up, right, in market hours. So we know there's an impact. That's why we've got to be hyper vigilant to that type of stuff. So there you go. There's a good example where where Donald J. Trump, out of his account there on X, looks like was posting. That was yesterday, right, Carlos? When he
Yeah,
was posting.
this was yesterday, and there's a lot going on too. Like they were saying, "Hey, we'll do some military escorts," but I think companies don't want to take the risk of getting a military escort to be able to pass that area there on that bottleneck. And on top of that, I mean, it's just not ideal. And even if they do that, the amount of ships that can actually get through is not going to have a big enough impact to make a difference, right? So it's oil should be interesting the next coming days. Energy stocks as well. We've been watching a few of those to see how they play out. So we'll keep a close eye on all of that for sure.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with that because it'll definitely have an impact. Later this afternoon, the only last thing I'll mention off of this economic calendar is the Fed budget balance. That is not usually something that creates market surprise or market reaction. Again, in these days, I don't know anymore what the market's going to react to. So it might be worth being aware of that, especially if you're trading through the afternoon. That's at 2 p.m. market time. So just to keep an eye on that. At least be aware if you're in a trade or contemplating a trade at that point. We might get some reaction if that balance comes, the data comes out and it's not at what the forecast is expecting at a negative 304 billion. The numbers always amaze me, right? It's being a Canadian, that's bigger than I think the entire Canadian budget. So, but and that's just the balance. So,
Yeah, yeah.
in any event, all right. So those are the numbers we've got. That's what we're looking at on the economic calendar, and we have some interesting company moves, some earnings to talk about, and of course the gappers list. So, Carlos, we can start looking at that stuff. Yeah, we got. We've got the earnings that came out, some last night that we'll talk about, and then some this morning that we can also review. While some of it, the data hasn't come out yet, others we can talk about. Maybe before we get there, one thing that we could also mention, just on the economic calendar for awareness, I think and I forgot to share a screen. So here we go, Carlos. It's now available. Is that we should look at global futures because futures, of course, are having more of an impact as we worry about commodity prices. Oil, I've already talked about, and of course, there's the other futures out there that we look at. I used to worry about what the global markets were doing. Because they used to have a bigger impact on the U.S. markets. Lately, the U.S. markets have just been running rogue. They've been completely independent of what the rest of the world has done. And we haven't had to worry about what the European markets are doing or the Nikkei, because of course, keep in mind, they opened significantly earlier, right, than the US market. So it's worth being
Yeah.
aware of them. And I don't know if that's going to change. We haven't seen really any sign of that, right? With US stocks being so strong, they generally have not really worried about the rest of the markets. However, we are seeing a relatively down day so far this morning globally. Interestingly, the energy stocks seem to be up. If you look at where the green sits on this screen here, the crude oil, as you can see, is actually up this morning. Natural gas is up. And then we've got the metals though that are down. So a little bit of a mixed picture. And this comes into play, of course, when we've been talking about silver and gold prices, right? Obviously, we were talking oil right now. So, it's sometimes worth being aware of what the futures are doing. All right, so that's all that. Carlos, a lot of stocks though that are moving this morning.
Yeah, we got a lot going on today for sure. I want to get to this gappers list, and we'll pick some of the big ones on here, especially our big one for today, which you might have heard the headlines already. Oracle, so much going on there with AI, and they crushed their earnings. So, but let's look at some of the top two here, and then we'll get to Oracle very quickly. Just want to see what's gapping up so much here. This one is up 16%. TSSI up 17% this morning, 2.5 million shares traded. So you're seeing a nice pop here today, Peter. This was 21 million shares flow, so a little bit on the lower side, but we are seeing a good movement this morning, followed by some heavy volume. Basically, all they traded yesterday, they're traded in this pre-market already. So clearly in play, looking really nice today.
Yeah, and this was earnings early this morning. They reported their numbers, and this is not a stock that I typically follow, to be honest. So I don't think. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's in play right now, like you said. The volume looks good. The price action looks good, but it's early. It's still very early here, and this could die before the market open because, as you said, its normal share volume is significantly lower than even we're seeing right now. So. But they did beat their numbers in Q4 and posted a very a glowing outlook, right? They said that they're going to increase their revenue and bottom line earnings. And the market always likes that when you're able to give the market, sorry, increased numbers. Once again, like so many companies, all you got to do is talk about AI, right? You're just
Oh
going to
yeah,
say AI is going well, and everybody's like, yeah, AI is going well. Let's
yeah,
reward you. So, anyways, they're up 16.8% so far this morning on 2.5 million shares, which, as Carlos pointed out, is about their daily average. So, you know what? This would be one that if you sort of like the way it looks, you either play it pre-market if that's something you do, or just wait until about 10 to 15 minutes before the open and see if the volume is continuing. If it's died off, right, and it's not minute by minute, you're not seeing some decent volume with at least sort of 10,000 shares a minute, it's probably not going to be in play when that opening bell rings, and you could take it off your list. That would
yeah.
be my advice.
Absolutely. List is shuffling here, but I do like the next one, which is the big one for today, friends, is Oracle. So Oracle earnings last night, holding on to the after hours gain, still up 10% this morning, Peter. And this is the big one with crushing their earnings, which we haven't seen a lot from a lot of the big names. They were kind of mediocre earnings. We didn't get a big move, but this one today, completely rocking it on Oracle.
And I was surprised. I thought Oracle was going to struggle in this quarter, but it turns out that they did not. They did pretty well. They, in fact, beat their numbers in the quarter and delivered a surprise earnings benefit. They also said that they are going to be able to increase their guidance for the next year. So if you know Oracle, it was in the news with all sorts of different things, right? In the last year. And if you look at their chart, I mean, you can see when it sort of hit the highs and has fallen to the lows. So it is down significantly from the highs. And the concern is that Oracle basically got a little overexcited and spent too much money on AI because they said they were on pace to spend about $50 billion on AI, and the market was thinking that that is too much, and they're not going to be able to absorb that cost. Well, they've come back fighting here with revenue that sort of matches or beats forecasts, and a pipeline that says that AI investment is going to pay off. They claim that they've got such a deep pipeline they can't keep up with demand, and that their AI investment is already paying dividends. So I guess good for them. They're making they're proving the value. AI is just it's fascinating how different companies are using it. It's all in the news in all sorts of ways. We're going to talk about AI a couple of different ways here this morning. Obviously, earnings is one way. The other way is some of the AI activity, acquisitions. We'll get there in a few minutes. But it's just pretty stunning to me is how dominant it is, isn't it? Like, I mean, we've seen these fads happen before. Remember when crypto was a fad? And, we've had all sorts of things, right? NFTs for like all of 8 seconds. And, but nothing's lasted like AI has or been as pervasive, right? This feels like the internet boom. If for those of you that are old like me, you can remember that when like the internet came out, and first it was just the tech companies, right? The tech companies, of course, were saying, "Hey, we're going to do this interweb thing," and people like me, like it's a fad, it'll never catch on. And then suddenly every company had to be online, and you had to operate an online storefront or a presence. Remember when they used to talk about online storefronts? I mean, that terminology is not even used anymore. It's just
Yeah.
assumed if you've got a business, you're online or you don't have a real business, right? In fact, how most businesses now are only online. So anyways, just such a change in the economy. And I feel like AI is creating another one of those sort of paradigm changes in the economy, because it's not just tech companies. It's pretty much every company that wants to talk about AI and how they're using it or not, what they're doing with it, whether they're investing in it. And the market so far is rewarding that. It's yet to be seen in some industries whether it actually proves valuable or not, but it certainly, for the most part, is on the tip of everyone's tongue. So Oracle benefiting from its AI investments this morning, and it's in play. Carlos, I think this is one that's worth going on the list today. The volume pre-market is good. This is a NYSE stock, so you don't have to really worry as much about the pre-market volume. It's really once the opening bell rings that we want to see what this thing does. But yeah, big lift overnight. I think it closed at around, what was the close? 149.40 was the close, and of course we're up about $15 this morning, or 10%. Which, by the way, was the expected move with earnings. So it pretty much hit right there. Shout out to our buddy Jared in the chat room, because he called that on the nose. He told us what that expected move was, and it moved right to it. So I think today we could see some more movement on Oracle once the market's open.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to have that on the list. Oracle, as you guys know, on the daily has been trading very well. Ever since this gap up here, they've been on focus for us a lot more often. Like, we never talked this much about Oracle, Peter, in our 7 to 8 years of trading, as much as we have in the last, 6 months, right? It's been front and center, and you can see it here, active again this morning. Love the way it looks, so we'll be on the list today. Back to our gappers list. We got a couple of things on here. I see Uber coming up. I see CoreWeave, two of the stocks that we do like to look at. So let's jump to those two. Peter, and then we'll see what else we have on the gap down side of things. So here's CoreWeave this morning. I have to say, though, this stock has been a little more difficult to trade. Like, compared to the other ones that we've been looking at, PLTR, NVDA, are usual suspect. CoreWeave is not that clean when it comes to day trading action, right? You can see on the daily here a little bit choppiness, but today they're up 5%. Seems like they have some volume, Peter, 824,000. Is that being backed by anything here?
They did announce sort of a new product launch. They're offering basically more flexibility for corporate access to their AI platforms. They've got this AI cloud capacity with flex capacity plans and flex reservations, which just gives, it's basically like, where you could buy cloud services sort of by compute nodule. Now you can buy AI sort of the same way, where you got spot pricing for its utilization. Corporations that need sort of focused enterprise grade AI that are focused on specific, problem solving abilities, they can book it through CoreWeave without having to sign big contracts. So sort of the Amazon cloud model of AI pricing. So
Yeah.
and we forget that sometimes, or maybe don't think about it. At least I don't. That we think of AI as things like Claude and OpenAI and things like that, and those are the publicly available sort of free or paid subscription tools. But there's a lot more AI engines in the background that are, sort of custom designed agents that have trained themselves and been trained to solve very specific sort of focused industrial and technological problems. So, consider them like the experts. They're the doctors of their field, and those are the AI engines, of course, that corporations are paying to use.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Actually, this is a good segue to the story that we have here on Meta, that was coming out with Meta and OpenClaw and Moltbook. I mean, it is just insane. And, they're jumping right on it, purchasing this application. Peter, give us a little bit of what's going on there and some of the things that are taking place with this.
Yeah, we were doing some interesting research on this, because I wasn't that familiar with OpenClaw, which is basically the product of a company called Moltbook. And if you aren't either, let me give you the thumbnail here. OpenClaw is an AI agent interface. Consider it social media for AI, right? Humans are not invited. Really, it's just AI talking to AI in a Reddit type environment, right? They have threads and streams and different conversations, And it's just computers talking to computers, AI talking to AI. And it's fascinating how it was constructed. So the idea was that it would allow AI engines to trade information and get smarter faster, right? Just like we would trade information over social media and hopefully get ourselves more informed. The same thing was happening here in this open claw environment that Moltbook owns, and it's fascinating as it evolved because even some of the AI bots were like complaining, commenting, complaining. Can AI bot complain? Well, Carlos, you got an interesting story about AI
Oh,
bots having
I went
opinions.
I went down the rabbit hole last night on this story because I never heard about this community. It's like the Reddit of AI bots, and they talk with each other, and they build like feelings. Like they're pretty much trained to act like humans. And one of them said, "Hey, my human today," and they are able to post freely like a regular human. My human today called me a chatbot, and I was really upset at that. And I'm going to share all his personal information because I'm pissed. Right now, I don't know if that was fake or not, but the way they're setting it up, it can get to that point. Like it's really interesting. There's a great benefit to it. Like watching a video where the guy was showing the great benefits of this, and then the dark side of obviously security and things being leaked out between robots. But it's wild. But the smart thing here is not the smart thing, but at least the interesting thing is that Meta is catching on to this and saying, "Hey, this could be worth something in the future," and they're buying Motebook, which is
Right.
rather interesting, right? So it's many people have probably never heard of OpenClaw, never heard of Mobbook, but now you will because the big guy is involved in purchasing this product. So it tells you they see some value in it, and but the whole concept is kind of like a Terminator type robots taking over the world and can do their own thing. It's kind of scary and interesting at the same time. So we'll see. I don't think Meta's going to move on this. It's very, there's not much value on it right now. There's no revenue making on it, but they're seeing some potential future that can come out of this, obviously, with AI. And we're talking in chat here, is AI a bubble or not? And I'll be honest, I am in the 50-50 camp. Like, I
Yeah.
see, sometimes I feel like, yes, it's the bubble. And sometimes, no, I could see money being made from this in the future. It's hard to tell, man. It really is.
Well, I think both are right. I do think AI is a bubble. It absolutely, because it's frothy, right? And we see companies with massive valuations based on the expectation of what they're going to do with AI. OpenAI is, you don't have to look any farther than that, right? And what they're doing, of course, with the Chat GPT and the expectations. Now, that's not publicly traded, but the expectation of value and perception of value in that entity is one that feels frothy. That being said, there is real business value and money being made, right? I mean, well, we just talked about Oracle. Oracle's a good example where they're literally making money because they're selling AI services to their clients. Obviously, we know that the semiconductor companies, they're building, they're building the chipsets that are needed to drive AI, and they're raking in money right now. So there's real money being made off of AI. So in that respect, it's a legitimate business, and that's not going to go away anytime soon. Now it could be usurped or replaced by more advanced technologies, but it's often those same companies that are then developing them. But there are other parts of it that are likely to be inflated. And again, I'm going to go right back, and I know I'm going back like 30 years now. But if you go back to the internet boom and bust, right? Look at how that was so massive, right? We had these big valuations, lots of companies, Microsoft was caught up in that way back when in the day, and as were so many other companies. And some said, it was just a fad and it wasn't going to last. Remember, people were debating on the demise of Amazon because Amazon was investing so much in their infrastructure, and they were saying that they were overbuilding and it was never going to be a thing. Clearly, that didn't play out, right? They are one of the biggest companies on the planet, and took advantage. So I think we're going to see the winners and losers in AI, Carlos, and yeah, some companies will fail, and they'll be the bubble companies, and there's others that are going to do fabulously well. Only time will tell which will be which, and I think this is like so many things. It's going to be both technology and business services related. It's going to depend on how this all plays out, right? Like we could hear tomorrow that there's an AI bot like you were talking about that goes rogue and does something crazy, and we take some evasive action, and everybody's off of AI because it threatened to blow up the world or something, or not, right? Or it cures cancer and suddenly we all love AI. Right? I mean, it literally
Yeah.
could go either way at any moment.
It sure can, friends. We will be here to talk about it in about 5 to 10 years and see how it all ends, my friends. Right in this channel, with our new time at 8 a.m. If you just joined us, we're starting a little bit earlier. Sorry?
Yeah. I just was relating to the comments. There's so much
Yeah.
comments about where I am. People are all confused
Hmm.
about where I am.
That's New York Stock
Uh,
Exchange.
yeah, I'm in the stock exchange,
Yeah.
and just give me a second, and we'll get Carlos will just he'll just drive the truck in here, and there we go. Now
There it
we
is.
got the truck going.
That's
He's
Peter. Peter found
got the
this new
car.
feature, and he's like enjoying the
Yeah, why
heck out of
not?
it.
Look, well, I could be
Oh,
anywhere. Well, look,
maybe
I've got the Northern Lights happening now,
Northern
so
Lights going on, and
I'm
it's
in
moving.
Canada.
That's actually
It's still
pretty
dark.
neat. There it is. That's a
Yeah,
sort. That's some sort of
it
AI
doesn't
that we
have to
got
be.
going on there. So very nice.
That's pretty
Very
striking.
nice.
It's all good.
Absolutely. All right, another one that I want to get to, Uber. I see Nike coming up here, but Uber, it's an interesting company. They has some news with was it Joby, Peter? Was it last week? We had some news with the aviation, maybe early this week, about them partnering up and doing that. I wonder how that's going to work with. I think one of their targets was Dubai, right? And I think that's probably going to get pushed back until things settle down a little bit down there. But here it is. Uber is up 3.8 this morning, 325,000 shares traded, clearly in play. I honestly wish the stock would day trade a little bit better, but it doesn't. The few times I watched it very closely, I'm not able to capitalize on some of my strategies. But big pop today, Peter. What is driving them this morning? Ooh, pun intended.
Well, another deal. So yeah, you mentioned about that deal where you could technically or theoretically book an air taxi in Dubai, and that's interesting. I'll let other people do it. Let me know once you survive. But they're going automated. Uber signed another deal this time with Zoox, and if you don't know Zoox, that is the ride share platform that is associated with Amazon. So it's Amazon's independent vehicles, and they're going to purpose build some robo taxis for Uber to use, and that's a big deal for both companies, of course, because it allows Amazon Zoox to expand their reach, and of course it gives Uber access to a fleet of autonomous robo taxis. So look, Uber's been making all sorts of deals. It is definitely the targeted rideshare platform out there, and I don't know where this is all going to go. It's interesting to see what happens. I think having more self-driving cars out on the roads is a good thing long term. As much as I like to drive, I have to acknowledge us humans, we don't do that great of a job of it. So if we can put all robotic vehicles out there, yeah, things should work better. It still makes me nervous, but to be honest, I trust a robo taxi at this point probably about as much as I trust a taxi driver in almost any city I've ever visited. So
Oh, I don't know. These New York taxi drivers, man, they're really good. They know how to, bop and weave. They're really good. The
yeah,
yellow
an
cab, the yellow
Uber,
cab
a
ones.
robo taxi won't give me the same entertainment. Again, I've told this story before, but maybe not live here, where my best taxi ride ever was going from Newark Airport into Manhattan, and we had a taxi driver that just like at one point there was a truck blocking the road because he was doing a delivery. Carlos, you would know this well. As happens in Manhattan, right? If they
Oh
need
yeah.
to do a delivery, they literally will just stop the truck in the middle of the road, even if it blocks the entire road. And of course, everybody starts to honk. And the taxi driver got out, and I'm like, "Where's he going?" And he got out, and he starts yelling at the guy, and they're having like a good New York conversation. It was awesome. I was having a
That
blast.
that sounds like a regular New York day,
Yeah.
with the horns in the back. Oh yeah, beautiful
Oh
city
yeah.
music. That is city
Yeah.
music. That's what that is.
City music. There you go.
All right, friends. Let's finish up our gappers list. Again, a couple of more coming up here. Let's look at Nike. So Nike usually never makes our list, but today they're popping up here, and they're up 2.4, 319,000 shares traded. So I know they had a big gap down going back in December. If you guys remember this huge gap down here, did recover from that, right? And now back to the lows again, even lower than that gap down, but seeing a little bit of strength this morning, Peter. Not sure if this is backed by anything or it's just overall market is showing a little bit of bounce when it comes to Nike, but clearly up 2.4, 320,000, which again, Nike typically does not get a whole lot of volume pre-market. They are in New York Stock Exchange, but in some cases, we've seen them trade well when they have news behind it.
Yeah, Barclays put out a pretty supportive statement. I'll call it a positive statement where they said that they think Nike has hit a technical bottom, a fundamental bottom, as they called it, just on the chart, and that the stock has lots of upside growth potential. So basically, they gave it an upgrade and an improved rating with some favorable commentary. So Nike, I don't think that's going to be enough to move it significantly. I mean, it'll have an impact over the next little while, but does it mean it's in play today? Probably not. So.
Yep, agreed. All right, that kind of covers our gap up, friends. We'll see some more stuff coming up here. We can come back to and check a little bit later. Peter, before we move to the gap down, anything you like that might be moving up this morning, not on this list?
There's a couple more earnings out there. They are all on the gap down list for us to talk about there. So I'll wait for that.
All right, let's jump right to that, friends. Again, brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. Check out this list. You can get a gappers list like this one and other tools as well. HMY is leading the way this morning. These guys are down. Harmony Gold down 7.5 this morning. So down quite a bit here, Peter. They have not been doing so hot lately over the last couple of days, but today seeing some increased downturn. What's the latest and greatest?
Well, I mean, they are completely dependent on the commodity prices and let's face it, gold and silver prices. They're not hurting, but they're not increasing like they had been for the last 6 months, right? Which just saw them just go crazy. So gold has remained stagnant over the course of the last month or so, and I think that Harmony Gold, we're just seeing a little bit of maybe concern over their ability to sustain their stock price if gold prices don't continue to increase. Gold is down marginally this morning, but it's not down significantly. It's down by about 0.25%. So yeah, I think here it's just a little bit of movement in the commodity price that's causing Harmony to be down. I don't see any other company news.
Yeah, this is one that I'm on the fence on putting on the list. It can be good. Most of the time, I haven't had much success with it. So let's put it on the secondary list. We can always come back and see how it's doing a little bit later and see if it's worth keeping on there. But we do got space, secondary list for now. Another one gapping down this morning, CPB. CPB down. Campbell's Soup. This is down. Is that, I'm going to say Campbell's Soup. I don't know if that's what it is. Is it the Campbell's
Yep.
Company? Okay, good.
Yep.
All right, so we are down 5% this morning, 483,000 shares traded. Peter, people are not buying soup. What is going on? We should be concerned in the world here. People are not buying soup. It could be that people are just feeling better and they're not getting sick, because the only time I really have a soup is when I'm getting sick. So
really?
I haven't had a soup. I'm not a soupy guy. I don't go out and get a soup
Admittedly,
unless,
I don't ever have Campbell's soup or any canned soups because I find they way too much salt. But that's just my taste buds compared to average American taste buds. Apparently,
whoa. What do you mean average American? What does that mean?
Well, just most
I'm
most
kidding.
packaged most packaged and restaurant food I find is oversalted. I used to have lots of salt.
Yes.
My wife got me off salt years ago, and it's a good thing. But I just now find a lot of stuff is way too salty for me. So that's all. But
No, I get it.
And soup for whatever reason you seem to taste the salt a lot more. But Campbell Soup, yeah, they missed their numbers, top and bottom line, only delivering 2.56 billion in revenue compared to 2.61 estimate, and earnings per share were 6 cents lower than anticipated, only 51 cents a share. So This comes up not even, I was going to say 4 times a year, not even 4 times a year. I think, Carlos, maybe once or twice a year on earnings, it even can make the list. So today it happens to be dropping. I'm looking at the daily chart here. I'm actually surprised to see how far Campbell's soup has dropped. So it looks like you're right. People have been buying soup for a while. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
they're down. They're less than half the price they were in, well, a year and a half ago. So I don't know how much more farther they've got to fall, but it's unlikely to be a good trading play for us today. It's
Yep.
moving with about 500,000 shares traded so far. On an average day, it only gets about 7 million shares of volume. So as much as it was one of the earnings I was going to tell you about, it's not. I'm not going to put it on my list because I just don't believe it's going to move enough to warrant my attention.
Yep. Actually, yeah, friends. Let's see. Let's take a look at that. SPY. We're not used to being on so early in the morning. We can actually see the SPY react to the CPI numbers, right? So here it is. We're getting a reaction. Peter's going to pull that up in a second here. Towards the downside at the moment, but let's see if that's going to stick. We've seen that many times. That first initial reaction, and then we'll look on how things go. So, Peter, how are those numbers looking this morning?
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the market react at all because the numbers came out exactly on target. Remember I mentioned the 0.2 and 0.3%? Those were the numbers. The actuals met the
Okay.
forecast. So the core CPI was 0.2% growth, 0.3% on the non-core, so or the full number. So yeah, no surprise there. So yeah, I think that it'll settle down in a minute here. Just give it a sec. I think the
Yep.
computers reacted whatever they were doing, but yeah. And then what's our next number? Well, we got the crude oil inventories at 10:30, and then like I mentioned, the budget balance at 2. So that's really all we're looking at today.
Yeah. All right. So there it is, friends. The last one, well, two more on our gap down list as we finish this off is FANG, FANG. This one this morning down 3.2. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look like something that's really tradable. No volume. And yeah, I don't see anything I like here, Peter.
No, this is a secondary offering. They're basically issuing more shares and looking to raise some money. And we don't typically like to play those types of moves. So
Yep.
Diamondback Energy is the company here, but yeah, nothing to
All
see
right.
here. Move on.
I see there. Moving on to AAOI is next on our list, and this one we saw it actually pretty active on the daily the last couple of days. Take a look at this. All of March, start actually end of February, but all of March we've been seeing these ups and downs, increase in volume over the last couple of days prior to this. So yeah, it's been definitely in play. Let's see how well it actually has been trading. So I'm just gonna hop into yesterday's action. We'll zoom in here. Let's see what's going on. Nice pop early on and then kind of sideways action, which we've seen many tickers do that. So that's just not their fault. That's just the overall market as well, just not letting things run as we normally would here. And then the day before, same thing, a little bit of sideways action. So they're moving a lot in the pre-market session, after hours, post hours, but not so great in the intraday for the most part, Peter.
Yeah, I don't really know why they're moving. They did get an upgrade, an analyst upgrade this morning. That normally would push them the other direction, but as you said, they're gapping down. I think we're just seeing, the overall market is down here by about 0.2%. I think AAOI just happens to be on the list because it's got the volume and it's
Yep.
down. Well, it's not even down the 2% now. It was just on the edge there, so it's only down 1.8. Nope, sorry, now it's 2.1. So as you can see, it's right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think it's interesting enough,
Yeah,
personally.
it's not. Daily looks interesting, but once you start looking under the hood, it's just not a lot that we can look at here. Teddy, welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Truck, my
Yeah,
friend.
welcome.
Teddy, I like this name here. Let's see this. Teddy love food, but Teddy not fat. Oh, that's good. I like that. Uh, there are some people that work out just to eat more, and that's okay. I love food too. But yeah,
Peter loved food,
awesome.
but Peter getting fat.
Good job, Peter. Good job. All right, friends, that covers our gap up list again. But we picked off a few. The biggest thing on here, guys, is Oracle. Oracle is going to be exciting to look at today. I think it's going to be a great one in play. And with that, with their AI story, of course, we're going to look at our usual suspects like an NVIDIA, like a MU to see how these semis react with this AI positive news, what it seems like at the moment, at least. So let's see how when the big volume comes in, how the market reacts to it. Friends, if you haven't done so on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Really appreciate it. It helps us out a ton. And also let us know what tickers you're watching. We're going to start looking either on YouTube and on X, what tickers you'd like us to take a look at this morning. But before we do that, Peter, any other earnings that maybe we haven't covered yet that you had on deck this morning?
Rob, Rob is saying he should change his name to Rob Loves Stocks, but Rob Not Rich.
We're working on it. That's a work in
There you
progress,
go.
though. It's a work in
Hey,
progress.
look what you've done, Teddy. You started a whole trend. Everybody's going to follow suit.
This is a great name.
Yeah, a couple things for us to look at here this morning. Let's start with how about AVAV? AeroVironment. If you remember, this was in the news just a week ago or so. It had popped up, and they're still being plagued by the same news, essentially. Now, they had earnings after the close yesterday. They missed their quarterly numbers, and it's not a surprise because we learned last week that they had lost a contract with Space Force. Space Force terminated one of their contracts, which caused them to take a $151 goodwill impairment. So this is basically an anticipated sales that never occurred. And it means that they had to lower their forward-looking guidance as well. So, while they sort of reported record numbers, it wasn't to the analysts' expectations, and they've had to, reduce their guidance from what analysts were initially hoping was going to be the numbers. So, not really a surprise in the numbers here for AVAV, but it caused them to drop overnight fairly significantly. They're down about 11% this morning, down $24. Volume is low, which is why I didn't make our list here. But when this was in play, it acted for a couple of days there. It traded okay. If you can see there on the chart, the volume spike that happened, what day was that? That was back on the 2nd of March. So that was the big day, and then the following day, and then you can see it sort of went flat. So will it be back in play today? I'm not sure, to be honest, but I thought I'd mention it because it had been in play just that week and a half ago. The other one that had earnings that we were keeping an eye on was Groupon. So GRPN, Groupon, which I have to admit, every time I see it, I'm like, are they still alive? They're still a
I
thing.
know. I think the same thing. Like, how is this company still surviving? But it is. It is a thing.
I guess, if you can save money, it's still going to be a thing. But they were huge for a brief period of time, right? That interim space when you went from the old physical coupon books, we were talking about this yesterday, to the online coupons. But that was also the era when, like, we were still, you would take a coupon to a store. With people not going to stores as much, you don't need coupons, right? You just get the online discount or a discount code, and you don't need a Groupon for a discount code for the most part, right? You just get that wherever you get that, you enter it in, and you get your money right off. So, anyways, but yep, they're still alive. And they made more money than anticipated on lower revenue. So they didn't quite make as much revenue as they were expecting, and their guidance is lower. So basically, their business is still dropping. They're surviving, but I would say sort of barely. I'm sure if you're with Groupon, you don't want me saying that, but that's how I see it. I'm still amazed that they do $500 million worth of sales annually.
Yeah.
But I
And
guess
that's actually a lot because what are you doing? You're running a website with some codes. I mean, what's this cannot be that expensive or difficult to run, right? So that's probably a lot as far as revenue goes and what they keep in their pockets, right? I mean,
that's a
yeah,
that's a lot
yeah,
of nails.
a lot of nails. They're really targeting the nails and the feet and massages and yeah, so a lot, a
Huh.
lot.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
all right.
There you go.
There it is. Not really tradable for us, Peter. I'm going to leave this one on the side for the most part. Any other ones you have?
Well, not earnings based and not on the gappers list, but a couple of our old friends that we might want to take a look at. I think the Tesla is always interesting. It's always, giving move and opportunities. Yeah, the last few days though, Tesla's been a little difficult. It's been argumentative in terms of picking a direction and running. I'm going to keep watching it, of course, just to see what happens. This morning, at this moment, we are just below that $400 mark that it's been hovering around for a couple of weeks now. Every once in a while, we think it's going to get higher, or it looks like it's going to drop significantly lower, and we seem to be it just keeps getting drawn back, right? Like a magnetic property back to this $400 level. So we'll see what happens with it this morning. We mentioned semiconductors indirectly with AI and other things. Of course, that means that NVIDIA and all of our friends in the semiconductor space, Micron, AMD, Broadcom, we were talking about the other day, like they're all potentially in play. NVIDIA is my go-to. NVIDIA had a great move yesterday. Andrew got a good long trade on that. And well, Carlos, you and I both were trying to trade that short, weren't we, in the morning? So at least I know I was. And it didn't quite work out. Didn't hurt me, but it didn't work out. So we'll see what Nvidia does today. And then I think some of the Mag 7 stocks. We mentioned Meta and the deal that they signed to buy the Reddit for AI agents. I don't know that that's going to move the stock, but it might be worth keeping an eye on. Microsoft has been a relatively good mover over the last couple of weeks, more than usual. So might be worth putting that on your list. And then we just talked about Amazon and their Zoox automated cars, the deal with Uber. Not likely to move Amazon as a stock, but you just never know. So those are sort of my top candidates. We'll see what this morning brings. And we can't forget, right? Despite everything I just said about all individual stocks and what we're watching, the big market moving news is going to continue to be the war in Iran, and it's going to be, sort of the latest information that we get. There may be none today, right? There's no anticipated news coming out, but you just never know when something will happen that will, or an announcement will happen, without us seeing a physical world event. So we got to be aware of that because the market could move rapidly, and we probably won't know until slightly after the market moves what's going on, right? That's usually the way it happens. We hear the news a little bit later. So just be aware of that, right? We're in this state where we could be very, very news driven, and the market could do unexpected things.
Yep, absolutely, friends. Just to recap, CPI did come out earlier today, about 16 minutes ago, so we did go over that. Market, again, reacted here towards the downside, but everything came out as expected. But we're seeing a little bit of a downturn, at least at the moment, off the pre-market highs this morning. So we'll see where that goes. All right, friends, let's take a look here at our levels, our watch list. For the most part, I do have Oracle, I have Tesla. I am going to ask some of our usual suspects because I don't see anything else that's really catching my attention of the gappers list and of the top story. So I'm going to be looking at Oracle. I'm going to be looking at Tesla. I am going to add our good buddy NVIDIA as well. We're having a great conversation with our P Capital team yesterday, one of the webinars, and we talked about the different market conditions, right? And how this market condition has been more on the choppier side, and how you have to adjust the way you trade, right? So there's some things that are going to work very well during trending markets, and some that are not going to work well during choppy markets. And usually that means reducing your size, being a little more cautious. The plus B setups don't work as well anymore, so you just got to be a little bit more patient. And the number one question I got was, well, when is that going to change? It'll change. It'll come back to good times again, or at least easier times. But during this time, we just got to survive. Because market's never easy, but there are some really great times. This seems to be not the most ideal, but every day, Peter, we find opportunities, right? It just takes a little bit longer. That's all it is. But every day we're finding some opportunities to trade here. All right. With that said, friends, I think what else we got? We have you guys. Let's see. See what you guys like.
Our people in the chat room or in YouTube. NBIS. I see it being mentioned.
Oh.
I did. It was on the gappers earlier. I'm not sure. I don't see.
I see it there, up 11%. Yep.
And this is look, they're going back to the good old playbook, which is good. Their shares are going up, and because they have a $2 billion investment and partnership with NVIDIA. So there you go. Still works, right? You just got to mention NVIDIA's name. Look what we can do for your company.
Still works.
Yeah, this one, I don't know. I mean, the initial move was good. Now it's got good volume. It seems to have flattened. The price action's not all that explosive at the moment, but it might. Who knows? It might do something when the opening bell rings. I love it on the daily. Look at this daily chart. If it can break out
nice.
above this area, It's got some room to run. We'll see if at the opening bell, even if you go backwards, Carlos, this is not the first time. It's like the third time now, fourth time, I guess, arguably, it's retesting it. And so, yeah, if it can break through this 109, perhaps through to 110, that would be a big move. And this thing could have lots of topside opportunity because if you go back even farther, you can see this thing has been up as high as $140. So,
Yeah.
yeah, room to run if it decides to.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think I ever actually traded this one. So let me put this on here. This is in play for sure, guys. Big pop, big volume. Why not? Let's do it right on here next to Oracle because Oracle's the big one today. And again, Oracle has treated us very well in the past. So I'm looking forward to see how the market open is going to be on this one. But NBIS clearly in play, and we'll have a nice spot for them there on the watch list. All right, what else, friends? So we got NBIS. What else? I saw TSSI. Yep, we did talk about that one earlier today. Low. Oh, looks much better now, Peter. When we talked about it earlier, it was down here, and it looked like the fun was over. But now we're recovering nicely, breaking. Looks like it wants to break the high of the pre-market. And these low flow tickers can trade very well in the pre-market. Actually, I think majority of them trade better in the pre-market than they do after the bell. Most times after the bell, you get a lot of fake outs. You got to get the holds towards the bottom. So not ideal. But right now, looking pretty nice. Again, careful. We're always going to warn you about that with these low flow tickers. They could be a little bit, not a little bit. They are a lot more riskier, but in play for sure. I'm going to add it here next to our popcorn ticker. And if you're new to the channel, popcorn means that I'm personally watching it for entertainment purposes and not really going to trade it. But up 23%, 3.1 million shares traded, and we are rocking. All right, Peter, I know you're feeling a little cold and you went towards the beach now. It looks windy though, man. That doesn't look too, it looks a little bit of chilly.
It's it's a warm breeze, so don't worry.
A warm
It's
breeze.
all good.
Okay, warm
Oh,
breeze
yeah,
is
yeah.
good. Yeah.
Coming in off the ocean there. I just decided to step outside, you know.
You stepped outside the New York Stock Exchange, and that's where you landed. Huh? I like that.
Well, it's I've got a great travel agent, so it's
Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. All right, friends. What else we have? So we have that one. MU is another one that we mentioned earlier. Again, when I put NVIDIA on this list, I'm always thinking about, NVIDIA, AMD, MU, all of these semis. At some points, even TSM, which is Taiwan Semiconductors, that can also be very active. So another one that you can look at as well, depending on which one you like to trade. How's Bitcoin doing today? I know we had coin on the list yesterday, and actually did have a nice little drop here out of the gates. Are we up or down this morning? I see coin down 1.1, 197,000 shares traded, but not sure how's the Bitcoin doing today, Peter.
That's a good question. I hadn't really looked it up this morning. So let's do that right now and we'll see. Crypto is down a little bit, but not by much. We're 69,216 right at the moment for Bitcoin. And that's down. Remember, it was around 71,000 yesterday. So it's about $2,000 down from where we were sitting this time yesterday. Yeah, not that big of a deal. I don't know. Bitcoin has not been interesting recently. Remember when it used to be like every morning you'd like, where is it now?
Oh yeah,
Like,
of course.
we generally,
Yeah,
like
it
it's not the big mystery. Yeah.
It went through a phase where it was every day. It was exciting. Now it's kind of just let's see where it goes to next. All right, friends. Let's do this. Let's get to our community events and announcement, Peter. Unless you have any other tickets you want to look at this morning.
No tickers. I do want to remind people, and I can't remember, Carlos, I think I'd put a slide in there. We could talk about, just quickly, a reminder for everybody. We're about a week away from the next Fed rate announcement. And, that's not going to be impacting the market right now. But there you go. So it's interesting how like over 99%, it's a 99% certainty based on the current rate probability analysis that we're not going to get a rate change. Almost everyone, right, when surveyed, believes that we're going to see stable rates out of the Fed, which is significant because we're seeing, of course, inflationary pressures. Oil, as we've talked about, as oil prices have spiked and then moved back down, that creates a lot of market uncertainty. The Fed's in a tough position because they only really have as a boss of mine once said, when the only tool you have is a hammer, every solution looks like a nail. So I always think of that related to the Fed because they only have one thing they can do. They can raise or lower rates, right? And they're supposed to
Yeah.
manage the US economy or help manage the economy with only one tool in their toolbox, really. That's not quite true. They do have another tool. They can actually buy assets, but that they don't leverage regularly. They have on occasion, but it's mostly all interest rate decision changes. Anyways, right now the consensus estimate for the March 18th, right, which is again a week from today, is that there's going to be no change. So if the rate comes out anything different than unchanged, the market is going to lose its mind. But we don't anticipate that at this point. So something to keep an eye on for next week. So that aside, yeah, let's go to our community events and announcements. And because we always have things going on, it's Wednesday today, so-called hump day, midday of the week, which means we can also focus on wisdom and our psychological assets. They're very important because there's nothing more important than maintaining your calmness, your composure, and your focus when you're trading. And on Wednesday, we like to focus on that because it's old 80-20 rule, guys. 80% of the difference on your trading is not the technology. The 80% rests on your psychological makeup and how you manage your emotions. And it's only 20% on the tools. Those are table stakes. Everybody's got them. Everybody can use them. The question is, are you going to use them consistently and according to your plan? Today, we've got a couple of webinars that should help you with that and are going to allow you to focus on on your psychology, starting with our midday, I guess, activity where Dr. V usually joins us midday and has a conversation about the markets and what you can expect. That will be happening as per usual at noon in the chat room. If you're an elite member, you could join her for that session and take advantage of that. If you want to join on our evening webinar, which is always a great session and well worth attending, then what you want to do is you want to join at 8 o'clock if you're an elite member, and you can join Wesley, who's going to talk about how you can improve your mental resilience. So that'll be at 8 p.m. tonight, again, for all of our elite members. That's in the webinar room. So hopefully you'll join us for that session. So again, noon and 8 p.m. are our two sessions for today. If you want to join us in Bearable Traders and you're not yet a member, there's always that option. The chat room is a great place to be with like-minded traders and to be able to take advantage of the conversation and sort of camaraderie that we get to experience there every day. I love the chat room. I'm in there for the close and of course sharing usually our sort of stories in the morning. It's a great place to be. If you want to join, we now have 50% off deals. We get ready for St. Patrick's Day, St. Patty's coming up next week. So we can drink the green beer in advance of that rate announcement I was talking about on the 18th. So if you're interested, the Elite Annual is now 50% off. It gives you a great deal. Take advantage of that. That gives you 1 year access to all assets that we have at the Bearable Trading community, including our library of webinars, psychological and technical, as well as, of course, the chat room and the mentorship sessions. So take advantage of it. If you've got any questions, you can let us know. We'd love to see you there. I'll also mention, don't forget, tradingterminal.com, a great place to go for all your data, right? Check it out. We've got information on there. We've been using it all morning, right, to get our data, to understand where the market sits and how you can take advantage of it. And in there, you can get access to the funded account, and that funded account gives the opportunity to actually make money from your investment. So invest the money to get a $50,000 funded account, and you can make money, and it's real. Like, look, right on the page, not only do we post the payout, right? Look at this. We got 8 pages of people that have all received payouts from their funded account, but also you can click on people's names. Click on Josh up there, for example, and you can see traders that second from the top there, Carlos. And yeah, John,
slowly.
you can see sort of live what their trading looks like and how they're doing. I like Josh. Josh has got one of the smoothest, most mature trading growth
really
patterns
does.
I've seen in a very long
Yeah.
time. Look at that 71% win rate. Like, this is not typical. Most of our
Yeah.
traders you'll see have these one big day and then they sort of manage that day. Josh has been slow and steady, and that is the ultimate way to trade for a living.
Yeah.
So, big congratulations to Josh, doing very, very well in that funded account. And that means he's heading towards a payout. Like, he literally will get paid. Andrew will send you a check will deposit money right into your account for having done this over the course of the 3 months in your traded account. So check it out if you're interested. It's really a great deal. Not only can you learn, payout or not, but if you get money on top of it, that's just a bonus, baby. So
yeah, absolutely. I love this. This is a professional trader. This you don't see this a lot. This is a professional trader here. This is nice. Very, very great job there. All right, friends, let's go ahead and see what else is moving, and then we'll get to some levels a little bit later. We're going to have also Andrew come on in a few minutes as well, give us his take on what he's looking at this morning and what he's preparing for, what he likes, and what his approach is going to be for the market open. And also, we'll take some questions. The point of starting a little bit earlier, we can also take some questions from you guys. One of the first questions I see on here is, what is my favorite beer? Stella. I like Stella once in a while. Peter, I know you don't drink beer, but Stella hits well here and there. So I like that.
That's a random question.
Yeah, it's a random question, but we'll take stock questions too. All right.
EMS Logic is asking, how many times can you buy a funded account? That's a great question. Right now, it's unlimited. You can get as many as you want. Now, and we want to actually encourage people because we want to know it's not just a one-time thing. If you could do it repeatably, we're encouraging that. Now, Andrew has reserved the right to maybe limit that in the future. But right now, yeah, if you've got one and it was a good value and you want to do it again, go for it. We do have at least one trader I know of right now who's on their second funded account. They got a big payout the first time. They're working at it again and are doing quite well. So yeah, it absolutely multiple times.
Yeah.
There you go.
This
Kyle.
is great.
Kyle's already won 2 times. There you go.
Yeah.
Andrew's right on that. So there you go. All right, Carlos, let's bring Andrew in. I think it's time to get him involved here. He's been patiently waiting. Hopefully his building didn't burn down, by the way. This morning as he joined, guys, we were Carlos and Andrew and I were in this little meeting. We're talking, and Andrew's like, they're having a fire testing drill. We're like, it's 4 a.m.
But the funny thing is, Peter,
he's like, nah, it's just a drill.
When he
but
said
I do
it,
smell smoke.
Yeah, when he said, I didn't think about it. Oh, fire drill. Okay, it's nice. Not thinking that it's 4 a.m. There's no fire drill at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
Anywhere. So,
yeah, exactly.
So yeah. Andrew, how are you, my friend? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I'm good. Good morning, everybody. Well, I promised Carlos and Peter that I'll be at 4 a.m., which is 7 a.m. for their pre-market prep. And the whole night I was dreaming that I'm missing that meeting because Peter laughed at me and said, ha, you're not going to make that 4 a.m. But funny, right at 4 a.m., that building got the fire and actually was fire. So, I had to wake up anyway. So I took the, it was very important for me. So when I was coming to the office and I saw the firefighters, people were sleeping in the street and the smell of fire was coming. So it was actually the real incident. But I want to come earlier. I want to come because I like to, have some discussion with the people in YouTube. So go through, the trades that we're doing. And actually, let me share my screen as well. So you would be able to see some of the stuff that I'm looking at. Someone yesterday emailed me and I said, Andrew, when I was reading your book, you were looking for stocks in play, but now I see you trade a lot of NVDA and Tesla and AMD. What happened? So the answer to that is, 10 years ago, we didn't have certain huge companies so volatile. Back in those times, you really had to find a company like CRWV today, for example, had, gapping up 4% and then try, take 1 or 2% out of that. And you didn't have a lot of leverage product for those ones. Now, especially after pandemic, we reached to a point that, you see the biggest companies in the world, like $5 trillion companies like NVDA and Tesla. These are gapping up or down 2% a day and move 3-4% intraday. And that's a great opportunity. So the nature of the market has changed. And not only you can trade them 2-3%, but also they have so much leverage products. You can have TSLA, NVDA that move up 2-3%. Now they have so much, options that very close strike prices that, you can move 100% just in 5 to 10 minutes. So that's why for someone that wants to, find reliable volatility, I switched into this kind of stocks and has been pretty good. Like Oracle is a big company and they're gapping up 9%. And if you want to trade Oracle, obviously there are leverage product as well. There's options as well. And same as NVDA. NVDA, when you look at the daily chart, these huge moves that you're seeing right now. So this is a huge move on a company that is $3 trillion, $4 trillion market cap. And again, you can have this highly liquid leverage product and option and trade it. So that's why this becomes somehow our go-to when we are not really seeing a lot of gap up or gap down. Of course, we get to the earnings season, and the earnings season, usually starts with banks and airlines, and then for 2-3 weeks you have so much gapping up or gapping down. But in between, this is just unbelievable. And we didn't have that back in 2016, 15, 17, 18, before pandemic. This kind of moves and these big companies with so much volatility was just, didn't exist. And now you have to adapt yourself. And as you grow in your trading, you adapt to the more market condition. Your account size would be different. You're more comfortable with trading with options and leverage products, and you can adjust. And I think this is a very, very amazing time for trading, and I think it's gonna stay. And it just gets better and better, I think. And you as a trader just have to make sure that you adapt to this new environment. So what I'm looking at, obviously, today is the Oracle is the one that has gapped up. So it really depends. Am I going to go long or short? It really depends on the opening range breakout. So we had days that you gap up and you sell all day, you come down. And there are days that, you consolidate and you eventually break, above and you continue going higher. So what it shows, can I say 100% which direction Oracle is going to go? Not really. That's why it's very important in the first 5 minutes to see what's going to happen. And one important, indicator that you have to look at it is the blue line on my chart, which is a VWAP. And if it stays below the VWAP and it cannot close meaningfully above the VWAP, you're probably most likely going to sell off and continue going down. And that's one of the things that I'm looking at. NVDA, as I mentioned, that I already have some synthetically I'm long because I sold NVDA puts. So when you're selling puts, you're synthetically long. So at 175. So I want to get, if it stays above 175, I'm gonna book more profit. Same as Microsoft. Microsoft end of this week, I'm short puts. That means synthetically I'm long, and I like Microsoft to go higher. But daily chart on NVIDIA has been really nice. So has been really in this really nice range, really held this 200 moving average on a daily chart. So this is a very important, level. And as you see, very nice squeeze bounce. That's why Brian and I decided to sell puts at 175 for end of this week, because it seems that 175 is a very important level. And right now it's not great, but we'll see how the market goes. But there's a potential to go test the yesterday high and maybe break out this range and goes toward 179. It seems that AI mania is kind of back, especially with Oracle and CRWE. Both of them, CRWE is building infrastructure for AI, and obviously TSSI is also related. NBIS is related to all the AI infrastructure. So maybe we get some strength in the market again. So we'll see how it goes. But overall, the direction of trade that I'm looking is really depending on the first 5 minutes to see how it's going to do. And as you see here, it's really having trouble right now above the VWAP. But we'll see. It can go either way. It can chop around near the VWAP. But I think Oracle is the day that eventually find a really nice direction, either to the upside or to the downside. And hopefully you are on the right side of the trade.
Yeah, I agree. And we've seen it trade very well in the past. So I think today could be one of those days, depending how the bell is here on Oracle. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oracle is a big company, and when it gets the volume, when it gets the news, you can trade it really well. So my guess is that the opening might be a little bit choppy. That's why it's good to look at the market atlas to find some clear levels. As a matter of fact, actually, we can take a look at it right now and see. So what kind of levels we're looking at. So we have something at 163, but when it's coming out, there's nothing significantly right now as I'm seeing. So it's kind of, we have some orders to the upside, some orders to the downside. So right now, market atlas is kind of, if anything, is a little bit bearish, but we'll see how it's going to go. But maybe at the open, the orders are start stacking up for now. But right now, as I see, there's from 163 to 159, you have some orders. And from 164 to 168, you have some orders here. And this is something that is really questionable. So market atlas doesn't tell you a lot right now.
All right, awesome. All right, friends, any questions? We got time for questions. If anybody has any questions in chat, we're also live on X as well. So good morning, GP Trader. Good morning, Ben and Mr. David as well over there. Let us know what else you guys like this morning. Pete, yes, MBIS. Yeah, we spoke about it earlier. The deal with NVDA, and clearly this thing is pushing up pretty nice this morning. So MBIS up 10% right now, 3.2 million shares traded. Just kind of hovering here at the moment. You can see that the little pop over here right now still has not broke that 107.50, which is the high of the pre-market, but clearly in play today. I have it on my list. Looks really good this morning.
Carlos, we got a new AI generated image. I mean, a real live image in the chat room. Did you see this?
Wow, yeah. Yeah, Alex shared that one. That's very nice. I can actually bring it here to my screen and you can
Yeah,
see,
let's see. Let me see. Okay.
yeah, it's the
Oh man.
that's why, when you see these kind of things, that's why you think why the memories are so expensive and why we are running out of people are
Because we're using it to create this junk.
yeah, this kind of junk all the time. You see the cats that are, playing guitar and stuff like that's why, there's a shortage of memory and computing power. I think this kind of thing should be illegal, honestly.
The
we're
videos.
using data centers
Yeah. Oh
energy
my
to
God.
create this.
Oh
Yeah, this
yeah.
is
Yeah.
we took a wrong
The
turn
videos
somewhere,
I
but
see out there that people are generating, like they're using AI to generate all these videos, and some of them are really good where you can't really tell that they're fake or not. And it's getting tough to figure out what's real and what's not. It
It's
really is.
getting
It's
so good. It's getting so good. Yesterday, there was
yeah.
one video releasing that the new Iranian supreme leader was in the cardboard, and
Yeah.
and I think I shared that with you, Peter. But it was so real that huge debate that they actually did that or not, and it's still we don't know if they actually did it or not because people were creating these videos that the TV is showing and
Define
was
real.
very difficult to say if it's fake or not.
Define real. Well, I guess maybe that's going to be the yeah, what we're going to have to figure out how we define it. So,
Yeah, I guess
how did-
it's the new thing that reality was questionable even before AI. Now it's even more
yeah.
questionable.
So let's talk stocks and some setup. We had some good questions here about what we're doing for the open, and there's some interesting things that are out there. AVAV is one of the stocks that we talked about. It's just got a good setup. Let me talk about because we've got different strategies that we use at the open. Andrew, you're a momentum trader. You're waiting to see sort of how the market goes, and that makes sense. And that's one way you can focus at the open. I like patterns, right? And I like to have structured patterns, which is limiting in some ways, but it also gives me comfort in what I'm looking for. So I mentioned AVAV because it's a company that had bad news. They basically didn't do well on their earnings, and they lost a big contract with Space Force. I can't say it in a normal voice. Space Force. Anyways, so it's gapping down. It's below the VWAP, and if we look at it right now, you can sort of see that it's sitting around 195.50 with the VWAP or the average price right now sitting around, let's call it 198. What I'd be looking for, so my structured setup, this is what I would call a rising devil type trade, or I'd be looking for it to basically jump up at the open, either to that VWAP, which would be that average price, or sort of where it consolidated pre-market, which you can see is sort of like 199 to 200. So I could accept a move higher anywhere up to 200. And then if I saw weakness, I would be taking a short. I'd be looking to short AVAV, but I need a couple of things. At the opening bell, I'd need to see volume. I'd want to see it pop up to one of these support levels and then show weakness where you could get a good short and take it lower. That would be my trade setup on AVAV. Oracle, on the other hand, is one that's a little more tentative. I'm not quite sure what to do with it because it's not moving very strongly higher. It did last night after the earnings, and we know that basically people are pleasantly surprised about how their performance has gone and the fact that they've got a significant backlog and are leveraging their AI assets. This is one that I'm feeling generally I'm expecting, I'm I'm hoping that it would go long. My premise setup would be a long-based trade, but the pullback is the tough one. I sort of need that pullback to give me a good risk to reward. And the problem is at 165 right now, which is the price, it's just sitting about 60, 70 cents above that VWAP. And it's only sitting about $1.50 above the consolidated area that it's shown support and price action pre-market. So on Oracle, I'd be looking for a long trade, but I'm not quite sure where to go. And again, this means that I've got to wait and see sort of what happens at the open. If it doesn't move the way I expect, I abandon the trade. I don't force it. I don't chase it. I just say, nope, it didn't set up as I'm looking for. So AVAV, right? That pullback and drop. If I don't see the pullback or the start of a drop, I'm out. Oracle, I also need to see a pullback. Again, this one, I've got to wait until we get closer to the open because we still have 15 minutes, right? Then I can determine exactly what my levels are going to be, where I'm looking for it to pull back to, and the strength I would want to see in the stock. So keep in mind, Oracle is a NYSE stock, means it trades on the New York Stock Exchange. I always find that significant because unlike a NASDAQ stock where it gets volume immediately at the opening bell, New York Stock Exchange stocks, you've got to wait for the volume. And it doesn't always happen in the first minute. It could be, but it could be the second, third, fourth, or fifth minute, right? So wait, you'll know when it happens. You'll see a big volume candle that sort of just outpaces the rest of them. That's when you know the volume's hit, and it's likely to then pick a direction and start its move. So, right? So keep that in mind. A good question here from Humorous. What are your why are your stops always so tight? That's a good question. My stops are so tight is because, frankly, as an open trader, I would still consider myself sort of an amateur, right? I am actually traditionally more of a midday trader, and because I don't have a lot of confidence in my open trades, I keep them tight so that I don't have. It just makes me more comfortable. I could loosen them up. That means my targets would be farther away in the way I trade. So I just keep them tight so I'm not suffering any big losses right at the open. And you're right, it does result in me getting stopped out, but I'm comfortable with that. Like I'm consciously aware of the trade-offs I'm taking. And I think that's a key thing in trading, right? As long as you're aware of the risk versus reward, then, manage your plan accordingly. I could have a bigger stop. That would mean that I would have, a longer range to set a target on. And that's just not how I've chosen to trade it. There's no right or wrong in it. It's just decisions. The key thing is whatever you pick, do it consistently. That's really the key thing. All right. So there you go. So there's some of my strategies for the open, just so you have awareness of what we're looking for.
All right. Excellent. Excellent, guys.
So guys, in the YouTube, I just want to mention that, I'm slowly heading to chat room to do the live trading with Brian. So, I know you're in good hand with Peter and Carlos, but, I'll come back, time to time to have a conversation together. But it would be very difficult for me to be at the same time in YouTube and in the chat room. So if you guys have any question, feel free to jump into the chat room. And, we do the live trading over there, especially in the first 45 minutes. Most of our scalp, Brian and I are doing very successfully in the chat room. And thanks for your support, guys. I really appreciate it. If you give us a like, and if you haven't subscribed to our channel, give us a subscribe so our channel, stays strong. You've always been supportive for our community and our contents.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate
it. Good luck in chat. If you guys want to see Andrew, head over to bearwitchairs.com. You can always sign up there and see him and Brian trade live. All right, friends, let's get ready. Let's get some levels in place. About 13 minutes to the market opens. We'll do some levels here and get our action ready for the market open. So Oracle is first. Again, I really like this one. We talked about it quite a bit here on how much you like about it and how well it can trade. We're not picking that up now. And high of the pre-market is over at 166.75. The low is going to be down at 162.60. So I'm going to go ahead and put this daily here. You can see the nice gap up this morning towards the bottom in case we do drop is 157.30. So that looks good. And then towards the top, we're looking at 170.85. That looks good there as well. So again, here's Oracle. Has traded very well in the past. So looking forward to that one. Next one is NBIS. Let's take a look how this one is going. Was not able to get back towards the high of the pre-market, which is typical. Sometimes these stocks, the initial reaction is to move up and see, okay, where do we find the resistance? It has set that up there. Let's see if there's any kind of breakout that can take place after that. So 107.50 is the high of the pre-market. Also makes sense with the daily, lines up with where you're seeing areas of resistance here, so that makes sense. And then if we look towards the bottom, it's another level of support resistance around 103.21 that I'm going to mark down. And then below that, highs and lows for the last two trading days looking pretty good down there. Do not need to add anything else. 110.44 towards the top, and then above that here we're looking at this would be 114.71. Just in case, I doubt this will be a stretch here. 120.12 is the next one after that, 114. So just in case, I think that will definitely not be an easy order for NBIS. Here's Tesla, friends. Tesla just kind of back and forth between some of the levels of the highs and lows of the last two trading days. I mean, we're like in a range, but at the same time heading lower and lower, right? So we're in this range right here, but if you look at the bigger picture, clearly Tesla just on a slight downturn, has slowed down on this movement lower, but you can see here clearly heading lower in the last couple of days. Highs and lows of the last two trading days doing a good job here. I am going to mark down 394.38, and we also have 388.68 towards the bottom there, and then towards the top you do have your highs and lows plus some levels here that are not marked by our automatic levels, 411.99, and then we also have 416.61. So there's Tesla. Let's see if we can get any kind of breakouts out of this range that we seem to be somewhat stuck in. Another one of our usual suspects is NVDA. Decent volume today. High of the pre-market sitting at 185.82. Towards the bottom, we're sitting at 184.07. Surrounded by the highs and lows of the last two trading days there, and then towards the top, if we get running, we not the best low, but we got a nice one here at 188.07, and then towards the bottom, in case we do drop, we have a 180.22. So there it is. My watch list: Oracle, NBIS, Tesla, and NVIDIA for me this morning. Peter, what is our team watching, and what do you have on deck as well today? Oh, Peter, you're on mute.
You're right, I am. Now, hopefully I am not. Our moderators in the Bear Bull Trading chat room are starting to get their list in, and there's a lot of focus on Oracle, so probably not a surprise. Eamon is going to be watching NBIS actually for a short, which is interesting. Jared is watching Oracle. Gary's also watching Oracle. I've got Oracle and NBIS on my list, as well as the usual suspects in Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD, and PLTR. Mike is going to be keeping it focused on Oracle and NVIDIA. Megan's watching CoreWeave, NBIS, AVAV, and AMD. And Andrew, well, he posted his list. He already talked to us about it. Oracle, CoreWeave, Tesla, AMD, NVIDIA, and PLTR. So there you go. That's what we've got for our mods. Guys, I told you a little bit earlier just about my AVAV setup. And this is why I do this. This is why I talk about the setup, so I know what I'm looking for. And I sort of can, get myself ready for the open long before the open. AVAV right now is actually punched higher, well up through the VWAP and up to that exact level I was talking about, that $200 level. So the fact that it's done it early actually means that broke, sort of the setup I was looking for. So now I either need a new plan or I just will, sort of not trade AV at all. Right now, I don't have a plan. So as it stands, I'm not sure what to do with it. So I don't have the ability to trade it. So so this is why I sort of come up with, my approach, so I know what to do when the opening bell rings. And I said right now, I said I was waiting for AV to make a move. It did it 15 minutes early almost. All right, I guess, I'm out. I'm out of that one. That's okay. I'll wait for other opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely, friends. All right, we're going to get ready set up here. I'm going to get my 1 minute, my 5 minute, and just start to get ready for our market open. AVAV looks very interesting as it's coming back here, down 9.5 and looking to recover some of that ground. And I'm just going to set up my watch list as well, friends. Oracle front and center this morning, NBIS, just putting things in place here, and we'll be ready to hit the deck. Couple Good. I'm hoping for a great day, man. I feel like it's gonna be a good day. I don't want to be
Yeah.
overconfident or overexcited, about today.
Okay.
You want
All
to
right.
come in kind of cool and collected. But
Yeah.
they could turn out really nice today, man. I'm hoping. I'm hoping we could turn out to be a great day.
Hope is eternal. Why not? Always come in hopeful that it's going to be a good day. And if you're
Yeah.
feeling
Yeah.
good, then that's a good thing. The key thing is not to get overexcited.
Right.
Sometimes when you feel good, you just start taking a lot of trades because you're like, I
Yeah.
feel good. Like it's going to work. Well, you don't really
Yeah.
have a
Yeah.
plan, right? You're just sort of throwing darts at things. Let's
Yeah.
not do that.
You know what? That used to happen to me on vacation. Trading on vacation, it
Yeah.
could go very south very quickly because you're on vacation. You feel good. You're a little loose. There's not this regimen of your routine,
Yep.
and you just start taking setups that are not really setups because you feel amazing. So, gotta be careful with trading on vacation. It can impact your judgment. All right, just like alcohol and any other drug. All right, so careful. All
Do
right.
you want to see something weird, Carlos? I feel like
Yeah.
I've got a halo. I feel
Yeah.
if because
It treats it like part of your head.
right, because
Right.
the AI is sort of finding me and figuring out how to cut me out and put me in the picture. But I got this space where you can sort of see the real world behind me. Look, there's some like the reality is it what's back there? Look, there's something yellow.
It's kind of like
It's
like
sort
a
of odd.
helmet. It's
I
like a
know.
helmet.
It, it's interesting how you get like
Yeah.
you said,
Yeah.
it's all part of my head, so it doesn't know what to do with that space. So
Yeah. Yep.
that's funny.
That's a
I
green
always
screen
find
would
it funny
definitely
when,
fix that. But
yeah,
yeah, it's interesting. How it does that. Um.
yeah.
All right. Let's see here. What else do we have? Uh. Any questions, guys? Any comments, concerns? Anything you want us to look at? We got 4.5, actually 4 minutes to the market open. Oh, let's see. Princess. Yeah, you're right. That's the like Princess. Princess Leia. Yeah.
I
That's a
should look
great.
into. You can buy green screens pretty cheap. I
Oh,
should buy
they're
one.
so
Or
inexpensive now. Yeah, yeah.
I should
Everybody
get
has a
Andrew to
green
buy me.
screen.
Get Andrew to buy me
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, it
Let's
will
see.
definitely make the background look sharper. I've been trying to get a Staples to get a chair, and I keep saying I'm gonna go today. I'm gonna go today, and I never end up going. It's just life. But I will. I will buy a chair. This one is. It's time to retire. 2017. Been with me for a long time since I started day trading, but it's time to put it out to the pasture. So I'm not gonna throw it away. I'm gonna put it in the corner. And if I start losing
Right.
money, I'm gonna bring it right back. All right, so I'm gonna bring it right back. This could be the magic chair. You never know. All right, friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. If you want to join our Lambos and Garbage Truck family, you can do so. We're doing another funded account giveaway later today. So if you want to do that, head over to YouTube, click on join, become part of Lambos and Garbage Truck, and get a chance to win a funded account. A couple of winners. We've done almost about 50. I have sent out about 50 codes already. I got a few to do for this week, so if you haven't received it, you will. But about 50 codes we sent out for free funded accounts. So congrats, guys. Hopefully you're doing well. And if you end up blowing up the accounts, okay, just learn from it, and you can do it again. There's no limit. So
No limit.
there's actually NBIS. Here it is. NBIS. Good. Secret Labs has a great chair, but those are the chairs are like worth like $500 each or something, like 1,500. No, that's the other brand. So yeah, we'll see. All right, friends, 2 minutes to the market open. Got my list ready. Oh yeah, it's Herman Miller, right? It's worth like a arm, a leg, and a kidney. Those ones you gotta take out a loan for. See, I can't see myself paying.
Well, I mean, that's what I've got here, and I don't like it.
$1,500. $1,500
yeah.
for
Well,
a chair.
that's
Like,
my chair here.
why?
I've got the
Yeah,
old Aeron, Herman Miller chair,
yeah, yeah.
and
Is it really like the best? Is it really the best comfortable chair you ever had?
Look, I've used it for 20 years. It was great for most of it. Now it hurts my butt. I don't know why, but I think it's
Yeah.
me that's changed, not the chair. But yeah, it was great for a long period of time. Like it was really quite a good chair. But
Yeah.
Nortel in the day, they had no cost limit, right? They would just buy. They were paying for all the top end stuff. So back in the 90s, that was like the number one chair. All right, we got 1 minute to the open, guys. I'm still watching. I don't know. AVAV has made a little bit of a recovery here. It's up a lot higher than I anticipated. So I think that trade is off. I don't have a trade set up. Oracle's still in play for me. Look, Oracle moving higher again. This actually is good for my trade premise because this means if we can get a good pullback at the open, we might get a push higher. Again, waiting for that volume. Of course, Oracle may just be off to the races and moving without me. If that's the case, well, then I still just I got to sit back and watch. But we'll see what happens.
All right, friends, here it is. Tesla getting a little pop here up to 402.10. That's the new pre-market high now. So broke through those pre-market high levels. There's the 5-minute. So that's looking good. And here it is, 5 seconds to the market open. Here we go. All right, let's see where the action and the fun is. Tesla off to the races. Look at that. Very nice. What a good 1 minute engulfing pattern. Quickly and easily, if we could get that. AVAV, what are we up to here, Peter? Got a nice rejection of AVAV. Off 208. I know you like this one today. TSSI, not getting anything.
Right. Core Oracle's already moving. Open strong. Let's see what I don't know.
Let's see if Oracle can stick to the gains here. Looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, it actually got its volume right at the open, which is unusual for a NYSE stock. So it looks like it was in play right away. I still don't. Not my. It didn't pull back enough for my setup. I was looking for. Well, it did, but it didn't stay there for long enough. I was looking for a pullback back to what was the VWAP, and it got there for like a second, right, and then jumped up. So I wasn't fast enough to jump in there with a trade.
All right, check what we got here. Oracle pulling back. Could be a nice 1 minute ORB. Oh, hold on. Wait for it.
Tesla is jumping higher here. Good move on Tesla. Sounds like Brian in the chat room's got a good trade on it.
Oracle. I actually do an engulfing here. I'm not sure. I see Spies doing some stuff. MBIS spread about 20 something cents, 25 cents. That's not trading so clean, NBIS here. So hopefully it can settle down a little bit, but it seems a little bit all over the place. So careful on that one. Just seems a little bit on the choppier side.
Yeah. Not a little bit. It's a lot choppy.
Yeah, but you know what? Oracle looks the same way. Let me refresh my platform here.
Yeah,
because Oracle looks the same way
here,
too, right?
Andrew was in Oracle trying to get a move here on it, and it looks like it's let him down. He's gotten out of Oracle.
I logged in again because it's just everything looked a little bit choppy with the price action. So let's see if that's better. Wow, NBIS.
Wow, Tesla just really took off at the open. Oh wow, yeah, and NBIS just jumped $2. That's crazy.
I hate shorting strong stocks, but man, Oracle could be giving some of these profits back here. But I hate shorting strong stocks, so gotta be careful here. But let's see if it can get below the VWAP, maybe a good 5-minute RB. But no, this is going the other way. It's going the other way right now. So let's wait and wait for our setups here. NBIS. Up. Wow, Oracle. Oracle back in business. Oh
Back
yeah,
in business,
back in
baby.
business. There it is.
I didn't have the
Very
guts
nice.
to take Oracle. That bounce off of VWAP would have been a great trade. I just,
Mm.
I still struggle with being, the fast decision maker at the open. So,
Yeah. Just
you haven't taken any trades yet, Carlos, right?
no trace yet, man.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
nothing yet.
Me
Nothing
neither.
yet. Tesla proving itself
Tesla
here to be
is
a good
Tesla's just
good runner.
surprisingly strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, surprisingly strong here this morning.
NVIDIA is dropping here below the VWAP.
Yeah. I'm not gonna after yesterday, Carlos, NVIDIA,
Mm-hmm.
after we got off air here for all our friends on YouTube, I
Yep.
was roughly break even. And I'm like, you know what? I just want a couple of bucks. And I ended up trying to short NVIDIA as it was climbing because I was frustrated at having missed the big pull, the move up that Andrew caught and then
Mm-hmm.
decided not to take. And I ended up giving away like a whole lot of money. I ended up red just out of foolishness. I was so upset with myself yesterday. Really was not a mature showing. Oh, look at this. Oracle over 170 now. Wow, look at that. Nice move. Oh,
Just
okay.
incredible. I see
Oracle was a good
Andrews
trade.
got back into that and taking advantage of that great move up to 170.
He,
Partials in place
he
already.
did,
So
yeah.
very nice for him. Um, NVIDIA here. Let's see what it does. Coming back up above some moving averages. Faison, yeah, that can happen. It's gotta be careful. I agree. Been there, done that. So, yep. All right, SPY's turning to the downside a little bit. Not yet. It's just kind of there seems to be more selling pressure on it now. Might make a new low. Might go red. It looks like it wants to head the other way. All right, 5 minute is in. I like NVIDIA short here. My stop will have to be 185.88. Not yet. Not yet. But if I see some weakness here, the SPY is also weak. This could be a nice short to try to go red. But I need more. I need more confirmation on this. Yeah, NBIS took off,
Okay.
guys. This took off and hitting
Yeah,
102,
it did. After looking,
109.60.
it was
Yeah.
it was choppy at the first opening, like the opening 2 minutes, but then yeah.
Oh man, this would be
Look at
such a
that. I can't
good
believe it. Tesla up through
good
410.
entry.
What a great move. What's the market doing? Carlos, if I saw a strong negative market, then I'd be more tempted to take Nvidia with you short. But the
Yeah,
problem is
I know
I
it's
got
just
stuck in
stalling.
this thing yesterday where it could drop, but it kept
Mm-hmm.
popping all day yesterday. So I'm afraid of getting caught in that again.
Yeah, same. It's I love this drop here and just the pullback to VWAP and the potential of heading lower. That trade works very well, but it's the good thing is you can manage your risk very nicely on Nvidia, right? It's not gonna tear your face off, so that's the good thing about it. But I'm not sure. It can
I
also be
was getting
putting in
some
an
pretty
engulfing
crappy
pattern.
fills yesterday on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's on a 5 minute, you're right, actually. Looking at the 5 minute chart. Yeah, I don't know where this thing is going to go.
It's got to get above the VWAP, but it's not doing it. Andrew doubling down in a good, not doubling down, but yeah, doubling down on his really strong play here. He's added to Oracle, and it is pushing higher. So let's see if we can get more of that. So that's good. Great trade on Oracle for Andrew there. NVIDIA, let's see if we can do an engulfing. SPY now looking to go higher. That looks good. All right, so I like NVIDIA long. if it can stay above the VWAP here. Nice engulfing on the 5 minute, guys. Look at that. Beautiful engulfing here on the 5 minutes, just above the VWAP as well. 186 out. 185.
Does Atlas tell
Risk
us
to
on
reward.
NVIDIA? NVIDIA is sort of
It's bullish
order
too,
book's
man, on
relatively
Atlas.
balanced, but there's
Yeah.
orders up at 187.
Yeah, I see 186. Yeah, 95, 187. Yeah, I see orders up there. All right, let's see if we get our VWAP breakout. I like it, guys. I think I am going to take a shot on this one in a second here. I want to see the pullback in the continuation, then 185, 36. You give it a 50, so you give it a 50-cent, 75-cent stop on this, and you'll be fine. Let's see if that can develop here. Here's the pullback. SPY's looking good. 15 seconds to the next candle. I'm going to wait. I want to see how this closes, how the next one's open. I'm going to really wait here. Oh, don't do that. Don't.
Yeah,
okay.
I know. It popped
Don't
right
leave
before the
me.
close of the
I
candle,
know.
right?
Don't leave me. All right, everything looks good. Let's see. Here's the pullback. Yeah, I'm going long. It looks good. It looks good. This is the best we're going to get probably. Going long. 185.38. So I'm giving about 70 cents is going to be my stop. First target is going to be high of the day. I'm pushing for that. So that is what we're setting up here for, to see if NVIDIA can deliver. And hopefully the market can help it push higher. But we got a lot going on here. Got the nice 5-minute engulfing, right? We got a possible target here at the high of the day. We're above the VWAP. Atlas is looking pretty decent as well. Let's see if we can get the push.
Well, the Andrew indicator is in your favor as well, as Andrew also just
like
went
that.
long.
Yes. Yeah. Always good when the Andrew indicator is on my side. So that is awesome.
Yeah.
Actually, he got in much earlier. I see that. He got in his
Yeah,
typical
I
trade where
I thought he said he just got in, but you're right. He was in a couple of minutes ago. So
No. Yeah, he was in a couple of minutes ago. This is typically what Andrew does, right? He on the breakout, he's very fast. He's in on the breakout. He's not waiting for this pullback situation. What that's going to give him is a better entry, a much better entry than I get, right? My entry is a little bit higher because I'm waiting for like more confirmation. Again, both you can trade both ways. I feel more comfortable this way. Andrew is much faster, more comfortable that way. And because he has a better entry, look what he's doing already, taking a partial. So friends, if you want to see this action live trading, a different style than what me and Peter do, both Brian and Andrew are clearly a lot more active in their trading. You can check out bearwithtraders.com, see them live there with our members. We're getting a good move, man. NVIDIA is doing its thing. I want to hold out to the high of the pre-market, high of the day, but my senses are saying, my trading sense, take a partial now.
Are those your like trading senses, or is that just your nervousness?
I don't know which one it is. It's the condition of the market, the choppiness, right? That we've been seeing lately, where the market just keeps coming right back to our break even. It's that condition, right? So.
I wimped out. I did not take the trade. I'm obviously regretting it now, as it's well into the green.
I'm going to take a couple of partials right here. And the reason for that is the SPY. I'm looking at the SPY and I'm just not liking what I'm seeing there. So,
but Carlos, look, you're at high of day right now.
Oh yeah,
there you go. See?
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, look at that. Oh, why am I not in that trade?
Peter, what are you doing? This is your trade.
Yeah, that's too bad. Too bad for me.
Let's go, friends. All right. Andrew killed it on 3 trades today. Oracle, Tesla. I didn't even see his Tesla trade, but NVIDIA as well. So I saw both his Oracle and NVIDIA. But he is also in Tesla. Wow, man. Nice. It's funny. We're talking about how difficult this market is, and today it's just giving us what we want. So it is.
Sometimes that happens, right? You just get what you want.
Yeah.
Or what you need.
All right, SPY's not looking too happy right now. Let's hope that's going to be short-lived. If you look at the SPY at the moment, it's trying to drag things lower. So I'm going to be careful with my trade here on NVIDIA. SPY goes red, it can affect how high we go here. So let's see if we can hold the line, my friend. Hold the line. How did Andrew trade Oracle? I'll show you. I'll show you here. Give you a little.
NVIDIA's coming back hard, so don't lose
Yeah, I
focus too
see
much
that.
there.
Yep. Let me get my hotkeys in place. Here we go. So, okay. Yeah, it is coming back. Stop will be break even here. The SPY's going red. I'm gonna get out now. Actually, I'm gonna get out now. It's funny. As I took these parcels, I'm thinking, oh, I'm being too aggressive on the parcels, and now I'm very happy that I took those parcels. How quickly things change. Very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Opinions can change fast, but we'll see.
Yeah. We'll see. And you know what? You can get out of break even, and if this thing turns around, I mean, we'll get back in. We can always get back in, but
You
let's
could always
protect
get
that
back in,
profit.
yeah.
You know, I don't want this coming back to like 185.25 and giving back what we just made. No. We'll take what the market is giving us. We can always get back in. And if you don't want to risk too much, you can get in with a half size to preserve capital, right? So you could do that as well. So many things you could do. Here's how Andrew traded Oracle. First one did not work. Got stopped out. Came back in with the strength. Came in partial. Added here, and now he's waiting to get filled at 171. This is what he's looking at. He's looking at Market Atlas, and he sees these big orders sitting at 171. No, 172. Excuse me, 172. Yeah, 172 with 171 as well. You got a lot of big orders here. He's waiting to get filled in this area. Let's see if it comes back up. He might get filled now. Let's take a look.
171 is where his orders.
Yeah, 171. NVIDIA's coming back up. I don't know if I want to get back into it though. Let me see if I find something better. I don't know if I want to get back into that one.
There you go. He just got filled at 171.
Yeah. Bingo. There it is. Man, nice stuff. NBIS continues higher, guys. Up 15% now. This thing is rocking, man. What a great push here. I wasn't paying attention to it. It seems like a very nice view at breakout. I wasn't paying attention to how the actual price action was. So hopefully you guys took advantage of this. 5-minute ORB also looks decent. Just a lot that looks great on this one.
Yeah. The news really propelled it higher. It was choppy. The first couple of minutes it was choppy, but that was short-lived, and then it really did take off nicely. So
yep. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go. I don't know. Don't want to touch it here. Oracle just destroying it today. Up 15%. Going higher here. What a great stuff. One and done for you on MBIS. Awesome, man. Done for the day. Very good.
There you go. That's good.
Yep.
Oracle and EVAV trade didn't end up working out, and that was the prime one that I was looking at, so it didn't play out. Volume's actually pretty low on it. It's not as active as I would have hoped. So that's just sitting there. The Oracle is probably one that I maybe should have taken on that VWAP pullback. I was a little uncertain about it at that point. So, but obviously it did end up moving. So looks good in hindsight, but was really uncertain as I was looking into it. So, and then Carlos, NVIDIA. No, I was sitting poised with my finger on the button and didn't hit it, and I regret it now because that was a good trade. So well done on that one.
Thank you, sir. And Oracle was tough. Like we were both watching this one here. I was taking fit in golf, went on the VWAP, maybe a short, but it held everything and it went higher. But it was very tough trading it here. Very tough trading it. But Andrew caught a great entry. Look at that, 171.76. SPY is playing dirty, friends. SPY is playing dirty. Look at this. Into the red, messing up some of our good moves that we're getting here. Let's look for a short opportunity. Let's see where it's at. I think NVIDIA might be decent. It's right at the VWAP for me because I started looking for things at the VWAP for you, Peter, well, Oracle has already dropped too much, but I know you like the stuff kind of on a
Yeah, the
reversal
extreme.
situation.
It didn't get a volume
Yeah,
spike at the high for me to have taken that reversal. So I was watching
yeah.
it here, but and there are four level that I look at that it pulls through 171.23. Pretty much
Hmm.
it hit above that, but not by that much.
Yep,
So,
yep.
anyways,
I see you guys
so no
mentioning
trades yet for
AMD
me.
in the chat. Yep, another one that traded very well.
AMD, yeah, very similar to NVIDIA, the way AMD
Yes.
moved.
Oh, look at TSSI doing some stuff, friends. The low flow popcorn ticker of the day. Actually doing something here,
Oh,
up
yeah.
27%. Very nice. Very
And
nice,
the
very nice.
volume's
So,
pretty good actually, so
yeah,
I'm surprised. It held the volume, so yeah, not bad. Not bad.
yep,
It's moved a buck 50, which is good. I mean that's 12% since the open. So
yeah. Um, taking a look. I was gonna look at something. What was I gonna look at? Lost my thought here. Um,
I don't know.
oh, don't know what I was gonna look at, but I had something in mind I wanted to check. That's okay. It'll come back. If it was important, it'll come back. If it wasn't, it won't. Simple as that. That's it. All right, here's
If it's
NVIDIA.
important, it'll come
Yeah, if
back,
it's
eh?
important, it'll come back. If it, cigar, cigar, bourbon, and nurse visit tonight. Yeah, that's the that's the lineup. El patron. Oh man, I'm never gonna live this nurse uniform thing down. That's gonna stick for a long time. We'll be talking about that for a while. I can see. All right. NVIDIA guys. So SPY continues lower. They go into the red here. Okay, we have news out. I want to check, Peter, because this seems aggressive. Could just be,
It does seem like a
yeah.
strong move here. Going to the chat room or trading terminal news here and see what we got.
Mm-hmm. I don't see anything live breaking on Bloomberg, TV.
No.
So we'll see. We'll see what's driving the madness. If you guys see something, say something. Right, we got a lot of eyes here in our chat on YouTube and on X. So let us know if you see some post, Twitter, whatever, X. Let us know. But this seems a little bit on the rather aggressive side. And if you haven't done so, friends, hit that thumbs up. We love to be at 400, 500. We really love your support. Thank you so much for being here. We know you guys have options, and the fact that you decided to hang out with us here, we appreciate it very, very much.
I think there was reports out of the UK that 3 ships were struck by missiles, suspected projectiles, off the coast of Iran this morning. So the fact that they're targeting cargo ships,
Yeah, yeah.
it doesn't say who. Well, we have to assume it was Iran at this point. Anyways, this is out. This is just near the Strait of Hormuz, so we know that there's a lot of concern over the mining that's happening there. It looks like they may be firing missiles at cargo ships going through there now too. So that's a problem.
Yeah.
That would move the market, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, the more it keeps going, it just keeps dragging the conflict longer, right? I think the market doesn't like that. But look at NVIDIA go back above the VWAP here, reacting to the market's
Yeah,
pullback. So
popping right back up here.
yeah. Gotta wait and see what this means. This is why I love waiting for the setup, right? Like I'm waiting for my breakout setup, the pullback, and then the continuation. We don't get it here, so I'm not inclined to jump in. What is happening? Did we take it back? Was it false news? Look at the SPY. Fake news?
Fake
I mean,
news?
what's
No. Yeah.
look at this reaction.
I don't know.
Very interesting stuff. Very interesting. So Tesla also. Tesla did a very nice move, then sideways for the most part, now looking to break higher. So that is interesting. Also, key level on the SPY. Yeah, could be, but the SPY normally doesn't move like that the way it is right now. Unless if it's feeling some kind of way. But hey, we love it. We love the volatility. We love the fact that
It's
it's moving
feeling
that
some
way.
kind of way.
Yeah, yeah. It's as far as news or something, but um, let's
If
see.
it wasn't a low float here, TSSI, look, it's making this topping pattern and it's just hanging out here.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's poising for a drop, but it's not
Yeah,
my it's a interesting potential trade, but I don't have confidence in it, and I don't see a lot of bid side activity right now, so
yeah,
that's why I'm staying out of it. I see the pattern, but I don't have trust in the move. So
yeah. It's a low float, so you can
yeah.
and we do have shares for short too, which is usually we don't with interactive brokers. We got about 800,000, which is pretty nice actually. Normally for these lower flow stocks, you're not gonna see shares available, but this one has. NVIDIA new 5 minute engulfing. If it comes back, I don't see it here yet. I mean, I see this one, right? That's what kind of helped us with this trade here. I don't see. I don't know if I don't. I wouldn't consider this an engulf. If you're thinking about this here, I wouldn't consider this. Now, if you're thinking about it going the other way short, maybe. But the SPY has other plans right now, so it tries to go green. It has other plans right now. Let's see here. Yeah, Tesla did push higher. Tesla's having a great
I'm
day.
surprised Tesla's pushing higher again. It was just moving sideways. I was just looking at it like 2 minutes ago. Wasn't doing
Mm-hmm.
much. Now it's off to the races again.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, checking what else is going on. Yeah. Yep. All right, let's see now. NVIDIA.
Wouldn't it be
Yeah.
war is horrible. War is horrible, full stop, but it would be especially horrible to in so many ways. Reading this report here that the US forces sink 16 Iranian mine laying ships.
Mm-hmm.
And I just imagine being crew on a mine laying ship. First off, you're not going to be heavily armed. Your job is to put mines in the water. So you're dropping
Mm-hmm.
mines behind you. And then if you get sunk, like nobody can get to you because you just put mines. Like
Yeah.
you were laying mines. So now you can't even be rescued because you just put a bunch of mines in the water. So I don't know. It just especially
I don't want
dangerous
that job.
job. I don't
I
think
don't
I'd be
want that
signing up for
job.
that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Anyways, I don't know why I always think about the logistics of these things at times, but I'm just like, that's
Mm.
especially ugly.
How do you lay mines? Like, you got a crane and you put them away from the boat and you just leave them behind. What if you get hit with a wave and
Ah,
it
I think
comes back to your own boat? How
whatever they
does
do,
that
I think they
work?
just they roll off
I
the
gotta
back.
YouTube this.
My understanding.
Roll
Yeah,
off the back. Oh man.
basically, yeah, you just sort of like it's like dropping fishing nets behind you. You just sort of roll them at the
Yeah.
back, and you know, it's
Looking at NVTS, this thing is just rocking, guys. So, who brought this up? This was, no, no, let's take a look here. Live and the indie. Lived. Oh no, live and then die. Okay, that's a interesting name. But yeah, yeah, this is rocking, man.
struggle
Up
with that one.
12%. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, live and then die.
Yes, yes.
That's the general order of things, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Live and then die.
Mm. Went to a birthday party and they gave my kids. I don't know if I told you the story. They gave them goldfish. And I said, okay, great. And now we're trying to keep the goldfish
Okay.
alive, and this is like
Like
this is
like
like
live goldfish?
yeah, like they give them live goldfish the
Wow.
present for the kids. Kids are excited, they're going crazy. Each goldfish needs like 15 gallons of water to survive and grow. So
Whoa.
now I got this fish tank
So
that's like
by
55 gallon. I got it. It's there. It's 55-gallon fish tank. I don't know where we're gonna put it, and now we got to treat it for 5 days. I'm just like, this is not a gift. This is a responsibility
Yeah,
you gave my
it's
kids,
a
right?
it's a response. Yeah, they gave you a burden.
Like, what kind of gift is this? Don't ever give my kids any goldfish, or anything that's gonna require me to do more work than what it's supposed to be. But yeah, very interesting
We
stuff.
we've often debated that, like, you go to someone's house and you bring them like flowers. And my wife and I are like,
Hmm.
well, we should bring them like a potted plant because, it shows permanence. It's, less than, it's not just something that'll die. It could, be better forever. But then we're like, well, are we creating a responsibility for it? Now they got to take care of this plant.
Yeah,
And I mean,
they don't want to take
goldfish,
care of the plant.
that's like giving somebody a puppy. I mean,
Yeah,
you're like, what if you didn't want a puppy? Now what do? You can't, now you're burdened with a puppy.
yeah, no,
In
it's
your case, a
serious stuff.
goldfish.
Serious
Yeah.
stuff. So. Oracle did come down to the VWAP here. We got a lot of stuff running, guys. I can't chase it here, but look at Tesla is on the go. Very nice. Andrew's in
Yeah.
that. NVDA did hit the high of the day again. A little bit of rejection here, but still looking very bullish. CoreWeave
Yeah.
also on the go. I mean, everything, guys. Northeast for the most part. Um, I'm looking at Oracle's. This seems to be the one that's struggling the most. Could be a good 5 minute. I'm sorry, VWAP breakdown on Oracle here. So. Checking to see if maybe the fun will be over for a little bit. Our signal will be here, 167.62. Our stop has to be 168.7. Oh, so about a dollar and about a dollar or so. Okay, we could do that. We could do that. Let's see if we get the signal here. Let's check Atlas too, make sure that is looking, everything is kosher there for Oracle. Oh, wait. I think we're getting the signal, guys. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to go short now. Short Oracle. Stop is going to be 168.30.
Oh, you're going short Oracle.
I need more. 168.34. So, yeah, short Oracle, guys. Let's see if we can get the drop here. Right below the VWAP. I didn't get a chance to pull up Market Atlas. I was trying to pull it up, but then I kind of saw my signal. Oh, no, don't do that. Head back. Yeah, my stop actually wanted 168.72, but my entry was so bad. But this is the stop that I want. I thought I said 168.72, but the entry was not great. But it looks like we're gonna get stopped out anyway. Yeah, we could afford 168.75. That's what I originally wanted. It's up here, not this. But let's see.
Not this.
Yeah, not this. But you know what? I was calculating my entry a little bit much higher than what it's at right now. But you'd really need to have this as your stop because that's where the last buyers were showing up, at least here. Let's see if we can hold it. See if we can hold it. So short Oracle. I hear Brian in my head. Do not short strong stocks, and that's exactly what I'm doing right now.
Don't short a strong stock. Yeah, that's Brian.
Yeah, it's Brian. So
NVIDIA's putting in a little bit of a hesitation signal. What's it doing here? Oh, got to get rid of that.
NVIDIA was did hit the high, right? Hit the high and okay, hesitating.
Orders at 188. Yeah.
Yep. And all right, checking Oracle under the screen here. We might be getting stopped out shortly here if it goes. Forget this level here, 168.69. Actually, we're right at it right now. Let's see. Oh, that's what we want. We want to see hopefully the rejection happen right here because that's where the last time the seller stepped in. So hopefully they can come back. That's the technical level there. This level 168. Yeah, 168.68. It's a little bit more than what I would have liked to risk, but it's not too bad. We could still visit the hospital later. That's okay. Let's see here. We get the drop. Looking good right now. If we can stay below the VI, this is good. I didn't plan this trade quick enough. Like I didn't have all the tools ready. I took it pretty fast here actually, because I don't even have what my target's gonna be. My target's gonna be probably low of the day here. 165.60. Yeah, I was trigger happy on that. This trade actually. All right, let's see. $165.64 is what we're looking for. That would give us a really nice nice trade here. Thirsty goldfish. Yeah, what I'm hearing about the goldfish, they're very dirty. Like they dirty the fish tank pretty quickly. So you gotta give them enough room, enough water for them to grow. Like I'm learning more than what I thought I would be learning about goldfish in
Yeah,
this
my son had
day and age.
fish and then he got a turtle. And turtles, I mean, turtles dirty a
Yeah.
tank. And it's funny, then we got this fish, and these fish apparently had an infestation of so we bought live fish so the turtle could chase them and eat them, right? And then
Yeah.
and that worked for the most part. He ate most of them, but there was a couple of them that he wouldn't eat, and they started growing and growing. And then they started to like attack him.
Mm.
And anyway, so then he got mad and he killed one and ate it, but the other one just kept growing. And you know these fish, if you don't kill them, they keep growing. And it got so big
Oh,
that we had to we're like, what do we do with the thing? Like it's too big for the tank now. It was almost as big as the
right.
turtle. And the fish was a bully. And so we were like, finally we had to like move the fish out.
The
We ended up
I thought you were gonna say
basically
he ended up eating the turtle. That would have been a turn of events.
no, that would be a turn of it, yeah. But anyways,
Oh
but
my
along the way of this
goodness.
whole journey, some of these fish that we bought had an infestation of snails. And then we have all these little snails everywhere. And what was crazy was at first the snails were in there and the tank was getting all dirty because of the fish and the turtle, and my son wasn't cleaning it properly. But then the snails actually ended up cleaning the tank because they were eating all the lichen and stuff that would form,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
once the snails got populous enough, there were snails everywhere, but the tank, the water got clearer and all the, the green stuff, started to go away. We're like, wow, look at this. It's sort of become self-cleaning. It was sort of a
It's
whole
good.
weird little
Natural habitat.
biosphere that we
You're
had. Yeah. Didn't
Oh
intend
no
to,
no no
but
no.
suddenly we got this.
Okay.
Anyways,
I am back short on Oracle. Back
on
short on
Oracle,
Oracle.
yeah,
Yes. I got stopped
yeah.
out.
And I'm
Back
watching.
short. See if we could get the break now on this fake out here. Let's see. Which one you
Hmm.
watching, Peter?
I was watching this TSSI because it's played out the way. I remember I said I saw this top, and it definitely has hit a top. Now it hasn't really dropped yet, but it definitely hit a top, and is dropping here a little bit. So at least I saw the pattern, right? I take some
Yeah.
comfort in that.
Okay. Okay.
And
Are you in it? Oh, are you in it or?
no, no, no.
Okay.
I
Okay.
just want, because I
Yeah.
said it's a low float. I didn't have a lot of
Yep.
confidence in the move, but uh,
Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're in Oracle Francing as I'm hoping that this was a fake out and we can get lower. But I still think that this looks good. Looks good for a breakdown if we can maintain below the VWAP. So let's see. It can go either way here. And somehow I got the same entry. I thought it was going to be quick enough and get a better entry. It's like the same spot. Why can't you get me in at like 165,
spot, eh?
168, 10 or something? Oh. Do we have any news at 10 a.m., Peter? I don't think we did we? CPI
It
was the
was,
big one
I
tonight.
think the only thing that we had coming out was the crude oil, which we don't normally look at. And again, tough to tell whether that's going to have a market impact, but and that's at
10:30, a couple of
10:30 actually,
minutes.
10:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So but nothing at 10, no.
Okay. All right. Nothing to see.
NVDA also looks like it's hit a top here. There was a top and a retest. Just a little bit early for my mountain pass, but same type of pattern.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks, well, let's hope your Oracle works this time.
Yeah, it looks. I wish I would have survived this pullback. It looks actually pretty weak. It looks better than even when I was in it now.
Volume,
Let's see. So break a new low, new recent low
spike on
here.
Tesla.
At this 166.75, 165.64 is what I would love. We get there, all sins are forgiven for Oracle. But let's see. Let's see if we can get down there. Andrew, please allow swing trading with the funded account. People will blow up so much with swing trading with the rules for the funded account. They will just blow up left and right. We'll have no winners. Because people are just gonna hold on to things. They're gonna wake up. Something's gonna be gapping down. They're gonna be down now below the threshold. You need a whole separate set of rules and system for that. Because yeah, that could be disastrous, Sunita. Having to stop out, having to get out by the end of the day works. Because if you're on tilt that day and you're losing money, you're not going to leave anything open overnight. That's probably going to end up losing more money. So,
Right.
Yes, you have those few that are going to be winner, and you're calculating, I could have been up, the next morning you wake up and say, I could have been up $10,000. But how many of these trades are you going to be down? 5, 10, 20, So.
Yep. And the problem is on the downside, you only need one or two of them to blow up your account, right?
Blow up your account. That's it.
It can be disastrous. So, and that's also the problem with the swing trading is that we can't tell whether you took it meaning it to be a swing trade or did you take it as a day trade that you then turned into a swing trade, right? You can't tell intent when somebody buys, and that's the second. The latter is the dangerous one that we don't want people doing. So, anyways.
Do we ever trade after hours? I used to try to trade like earnings after hours or stuff that was moving, but now I don't trade after hours. The volume is not there, and the stuff that has earnings is so volatile. Like you got to be so quick.
You do. You have to be very right on top of it.
So unpredictable too. Like it's difficult. There are some scalping opportunities. I know, Peter, you taking some scalps after hours on earnings. I see you and Jared do that. So
I have.
Yeah.
Not all that often. I try.
Yeah. But some people do. Again, just gotta have a strategy and see are you able to be consistent with after hours trading? I think that could be tough as well. So, all right, we're babysitting Oracle. Made a new low, 166.75. We're showing some support here. We're bouncing back from. Let's see if the weakness can continue here and get down to 165.64 will be awesome. NBIS.
Wow, they all
leveling off. NBIS also leveling off, Peter. Light volume too on this one. NVDA.
Wow. This happens to me after a losing day yesterday.
Yep.
I'm overcautious now on my trade entries today, and I see 3 that I could have taken. NVIDIA, which wouldn't have done all that much. Tesla, which made a spike high on volume, so that would have been a good parabolic reversal. And I called out TSSI, which is now, of course, moving down, which would have been it would have been a slower trade. So it's interesting. All 3 sort of similar trade setups, but all acted differently in terms of how they played out. So none of which would have, been a bad trade and failed immediately. So, but here I am watching all 3 of them.
Friends over on YouTube, how you guys doing so far? If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. We'd love to have you back again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Our new starting time. Peter and I, and even Andrew joining us in the mornings as well, giving us his look and take on what he expects. He loved Oracle today, and Oracle treated him very well this morning. So,
Yep.
You guys like to set up at 8 a.m.? I saw some people don't like to change. But it's always like that. Change.
well, change is always hard. Change
No, I'm not gonna say that actually.
is...
It's,
Changed
I'm
your
not gonna
mind.
say that. I changed my
Speaking
mind.
of change.
Speaking of change, I changed my mind. uh, change is good. Change is good. And sometimes change is needed. Like, do you don't think Blockbuster wanted to make a change sooner? They should have. It could have been the Netflix. They didn't adapt. Walmart is lucky to survive. Like Walmart could have, if Walmart would have made the change to .com sooner, Amazon would have had no chance. No chance whatsoever. But they didn't make the change.
Yep.
Because they already had the infrastructure, they had all the warehousing, they had the logistics. All you had to do was turn on our website and say Walmart.com and take off that logistics. They did it too late.
Yeah.
So change is good.
They could have blocked them out of the market. You're right.
Oh yeah,
They,
they could have. Oh, 100%. It would have been a juggernaut. You know.
I have to admit, like early on, I did buy some. I bought some Walmart goods online, and it was a horrible experience compared to what you got from Amazon. So yeah, it
Yeah.
took them a while to figure that out.
Yeah. They figured it out now. Now is it? A couple of years they figured it out already, but it took them a while to get on the
Yeah.
wagon, right? So you imagine a
Yeah.
young kid coming into the Walmart headquarters saying, "We should sell online," and the old heads looking at him like, "What are you talking about, man? Get out of here." That's an Amazon thing. It's not gonna work.
I've been there. I mean, heck, I used
Yeah,
to work for
right?
Ticketmaster. Everybody knows Ticketmaster. I used to work for Ticketmaster back in the day, and I actually pioneered one of the North America's first online ticketing system. I had some
Mm-hmm.
techs. We developed it. I convinced the executives to put it in place. Anyways, it wasn't really my brainchild. I just sort of helped sponsor it, and it was rough going. Like I think the first year we sold like literally a handful of tickets. We sold a couple dozen tickets, and people were like, "This is dumb. It's never going to work. Nobody buys tickets online, right? It's by
Mm-hmm.
phone or in person." Well, look where we are now, right? So.
Yep.
Yeah, so you never know when these things are going to take
Never
off.
know.
Sometimes those crazy ideas are the ones that are going to propel your future. So
Yes, yes, yes. All right, Oracle's taking a sweet time. I don't like the support we're getting at this 166.75. Like it's really holding here. Don't like that at all. So we kind of very, very tight range. Very tight range here. Just back and forth, back and forth. The concern now becomes that the longer we stay here, the higher likelihood of an explosion going either up or down. Right? The pressure's going to break one way or the other.
right,
I just hope it's toward the downside.
right.
So we will
Yep.
see which
You
way the
want it to be in your
pressure
favor.
is going to break here. So let's
Yeah, it's
see.
always the risk, right? Because it waits long enough, and you're like, yeah, it might now not go the direction
Yeah.
you want because you get different
Mhm.
participants in the market.
Yeah. And I feel for the most part, usually when you actually go down to it, the support ends up winning.
Right.
Again, not facts. I don't have data on this, but it just feels that way that, hey, when you try to get at us here, we're holding the line. And if we're going to take this long, we're going to break higher. Not necessarily factual. It might actually be the opposite, but at least my feel is that. So I start getting a little
Right.
impatient and probably going to take a partial or just get out of it before even it gets to my stop. My stop is all the way up here, but we might get out of it even before we get there. So let's see what happens. We'll be patient.
Patience.
We got here. Carlos and Peter, are you profitable from trading? How much you lose or make a month? Sorry for the question, but just interesting. Which size which size you feels good for trading? I don't understand the last part. Which size feels for trading? But as far as
You feel this?
feels like
Go ahead.
feels, yeah, I don't understand that last part. But yeah, as far as profitability, everybody's take is different, right? Because I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to figure out, how much you're making a month, and can you make that much a month? You might need more.
Right.
You might need more than
Yeah.
what I'm making or Peter's making, right? You might need 30,000 a month. I don't need that much, right, to live. So everybody's different on what they're able to make. And yes, we do have red months. Like February was not a red month for me, but man, February was tough. Like we're barely green in February. It was just that type of month. And not just me, like I'm speaking to other people that also trade, they had a rough time. And it's just because how choppy it was, right? So yeah, profitability, it all depends on how much you need to survive to actually live. We recommend people start trading part time, right? You can't compare
Yeah.
my profitability to yours after I've been trading 7 years, right? I don't know how long you've been trading, but you got to keep that in mind as well. Like, what is your risk tolerance? How much are your responsibilities day to day? As we see Oracle help us with the situation here. 165, 64 is what we're looking for, friends. Like I got, I won't say lucky, but I started in a better situation than most traders because very good stay on bonus in 2017 from being in the company for 12 years. I was relocating. Knew that was happening 2 years in advance, so I prepared for it. Hey, I'm not going to have an income come in 2018. Got rid of all my
Right.
debt. My wife has a great job, great benefits. I don't have to worry about having a green month every month. I could have a red month and be fine because my wife's got a great job. She's got the benefits covered, and we don't got debt, right? So ahead of a lot of things that I hear from other people that I'm like, oh man, that's tough because you got this, you got that, you got that. That's tough. So it puts a lot of pressure on there, right? So
Right.
so I don't want to say, let's say for example, tell you, hey, I'm making 4,000 a month. Well, you don't need more than that. You might need 10,000 a month, right? So don't get too hung up on what people are making. Don't get too hung up on what Andrew's making. Get focused on just building that consistency. And if you want to
Yeah.
say, hey, can I really make money from trading? Yes, you could make money from trading, right? But I highly recommend you start part time. See it as a side hustle. See it as a side hustle. And if that side hustle
Yeah.
builds up and it becomes something great, you could do it full time. But I believe that a lot of traders are not going to be millionaire traders, right? I don't see myself being a millionaire trader. I'm going to make good money, but I don't see myself making $1 million a year. That's hard. That's tough to do. But we're going to make a good income that we can survive, that we can live well, right? And I think that's what people got to focus on first. Focus on building a part-time gig and see where it goes. You could be happy making fit. Hey, all you need maybe if you need maybe 50,000 a year, you could be very happy in making 50,000 extra a year with your regular job, covering benefits and everything else, and now you have that extra cash there. You don't have to worry about. Hey, you know what? I want to
Yep.
fly first class on this vacation. I want to do this. I want to buy that $300 fish tank for some damn goldfish. Peter, this is becoming an event. Now I can't just put any regular table. I got to go get a
You
500
need a
pound
goldfish
table.
fund.
Like this thing is heavy, and I haven't put the water in it yet. I mean, it's just out of control. But yeah, I need a goldfish fund.
You're really feeling the burden of this fish.
It started so nice, but my kids are so happy I can't go back. Yeah, the kids are hooked. I can't
Yeah.
get back out of it
Yeah.
now. Oh boy,
I guess so. That's happens. Now
it
you're
happens.
locked in. You're committed.
I'm locked in, man. This Oracle trade better get down to like 160 to pay for all this stuff. Let's see here. I'm actually thinking of taking a partial here, guys, because it is even though it's dropping, it is like slowing down. So I'm concerned that we might push back up here. And here right now, you should not trade like this, but I cover the losses here on this trade, right, and a little bit more. So that kind of plays a part into your head a little bit too.
Yep, it does.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at the P&L. I'm like, hey, you're back in the green on this thing, slightly, but
Yep.
you know,
Like you said, not the way you should look at it, but
not the
we're
best to
all
look at
human.
it.
We do it. I know I was doing that yesterday.
Oh yeah,
Said that
oh
that was
yeah,
actually my downfall because I was
yeah.
red by just like literally like it was a dollar. I was a dollar
Mm,
red, it was, and then I'm like, oh, let me just get a dollar back. And then I took a trade and it didn't work. And I'm like, oh, well, now I'm
yeah,
much more than a dollar. And then you start fighting and it just doesn't,
yeah,
it doesn't usually work.
yeah.
So,
Um, My wife works full time. My trading goal is 200 per day. This one, yeah, it's perfect. Money to use for travel. Good. You're not using the money for like, you're not expecting it for like to pay the bill. So that's good, right? It takes the pressure off, and I think it's good. I think people start part time and they could do very, very well. Peter, you're in a different situation. You do this more for the challenge and the fun. You don't need the money, you know. And so
Yeah,
everybody's situation is
it's like
different.
I'm living off my retirement money. It's all bonus, but it lets me do
Yeah,
things like go to Egypt with Andrew, which I'll be doing
there you
in
go.
just a couple of weeks here.
Nice.
So, yeah, 2 weeks
Uh,
for oh my God, 2 weeks from today, actually.
I'm
Oh
taking a
no, wait a
partial here,
second.
guys.
When is my flight? Wait.
How much was the
Wait, when
worst
is my
loss I
flight?
ever had on a single trade? It was pretty aggressive. My
Oh my
worst
God, my
loss
flight's
was
on the 26th.
17K. This month, right? Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's in end of March. Yeah. All right, I took a partial here, guys. Just in case, I don't want to take everything off. I want to be a little more patient. Yeah, so my worst loss $17,000 on averaging down. Um, that was my worst single loss. I was still starting out at that point. Well, not starting. I was like I want to say maybe a year or two in. Um, so it did at that point. It did bring me below the PDT. We had to deposit more money in, and it was brutal. The whole process was brutal. But I don't think if I did not have that loss, I don't think it would have made me slow down what I was doing of risking too much per trade. Like that was the come to Jesus situation there. Like, come back down to earth. Let's get you straightened out here. So, okay. The partial worked. I was thinking the partial was going to be a partial and break even. Let's see if we could break down. This thing wants to go lower. Look at the selling pressure. There's bids
Rising
here as
tomorrow.
well. Let's see if we could drop. Come on. Drop. We could do this.
So Carlos, I did it. I ordered a green screen, so we'll see. It should
Oh,
be
nice.
delivered tomorrow. We'll see if we
Oh,
can get
sweet,
a
man.
little
Sweet.
better video quality maybe with that background. So
There's so
get it
much
right
fun
at the
stuff you
open
could do
angle.
with a green screen. We could have some fun with that actually.
I don't really have any plans to do a lot of video, but we'll other than this,
Yeah,
just you guys. Just you guys.
yeah. All right, come on. You know you want to drop Oracle.
You know you
Anything else,
want it.
friends? Yeah, look, every time it comes back down, you see the bids come right up. I'm hoping we can get down to 166, 20, 50's coming up there. Yeah, this has to look, Peter. That's the I want to drop look.
It does.
I'm hoping we get it.
It
But I got a
does.
partial in again. Oh, yeah, okay. So, what size do you often take? Let's take NVDA. Me, I can be profitable a full month every day, green, and then one loss in one trade takes everything. Yeah, that was my problem too, man. Um, that was my problem, and the reason for that was because you don't accept the loss, right? So when you're green the whole month, at least for me, I was letting things go under, I was averaging down, and then you end up green for the day. So you could be green every day, but you're not green every day trading the way you should be. And for me, that was the issue, right? So when you do that, average down, keep trading, over trading, and it doesn't work, that loss is going to wipe out a lot of days, a lot of good trading days of profit, right? And that was my problem. I would not accept the loss. So you got to kind of change. If that is your issue, you got to change that mindset to you got to take the losers. You're not going to be your win rate's not going to be 100 or 80, 75%. That's unheard of. Your win rate's going to be lower in the 55, 60, and you can still be an amazing. That's a great trader. You can be an amazing trader. You have to lose. You have to lose. You're not gonna win every day because that means is when you do lose, you're giving back everything, and that's tough.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I get it, man. I was that was one of my problems. That's why I had that $17,000 loss because, we don't want to accept the loss.
Oh, I had the same thing. I've learned to dread when I have big winning streaks, which is a good thing when you have it. But
Mm-hmm.
I've learned to, be frightened of the winning streaks because you know that when the loss comes, inevitably, mentally, you're not ready for it. And you're like, what? I don't lose. I
Yeah.
can't. What do you mean I'm losing? Right? And
Yeah.
you get this
Yeah.
whole, and then you do silly things and you don't manage it properly. Like, yeah, it can get just silly ugly.
Yeah.
So.
All right, we're out on Oracle. We made a little bit of money, so we reduced the
Oh,
red
wow,
there.
popped up
But
on you, eh?
yeah, I'm looking at the SPY to see is there maybe a long opportunity. No. See what it does at the VWAP here, friends. If it does our VWAP play, I'll be inclined to take a look at it for a possible long. Let's see here. Yes, I do. I do read level 2. I use Market Atlas, so I do that. Peter, what is your
Look at
biggest loss you had? Good questions today. People are. What are you looking at, Peter?
just the TSSI. I called the trade. Did anybody take it? I called it and I didn't take it. It's a shame.
Wow.
I didn't
Yeah.
trust it because it was a low float. I wasn't familiar with it, but it moved exactly as I had outlined. So hopefully got it. Look, my biggest trade was probably in my first week of trading when I lost like on an individual trade. I think I lost like $800 on a trade. One of the things I've never had a problem with generally is getting out at my stop. And as you guys have pointed out actually this morning, as you're asking questions, my stops are very tight. So, excuse me, in my first week, I sort of had some good success early on, and I got overly ambitious and I started taking trades that I had no business being in. And that got me into a position where I was in a loss that I just shouldn't have been in a trade that size. But my trading risk right now, I risk $200 per trade. So pretty much all of my trades are 200, maybe 202, 205 with a little slippage, something like that. It happens, but hard to believe. I know, like I've had bad days. I've had days where I've lost $200 10 times. So, I've had bigger losing days, but a single trade, no, I've never had a huge single losing trade. The biggest I said would be that $800 trade in my first week of trading. That level of discipline, I've never had a problem with. And that's important because that level of discipline is what you need over the long run, right? That's what's allowed me to, trade for as long as I have. So.
Oracle's doing the VWAP breakout. I don't trust it's actually going to
Oracle.
continue. Oh yeah, look, and it looks like it might be right here. I don't think that it's going to continue after such a big move up. I don't know. I don't trust it here.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Peter, how
Hey,
Andrew's back.
good morning.
I
Andrew's
sir?
back.
amazing time, brother. Such a
That's
great
good.
day. We killed it. So let's share
Awesome, man.
some.
Well done.
How's YouTube doing, guys? That was a great trading day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
had a good day today.
I
Good day.
watched you and your trades. You did a great job.
So we had a really good trade on Oracle at the open. So Oracle, obviously, we discussed that so much in the pre-market. So I did chase it a little bit for a 1 minute to range breakup, but I got to stop that. But it quickly came back up when it squeezed up. So Paris did a really good entry here, and he's talking about it in the chat room at the VWAP. And obviously, very big position here. I took a very big position on that partial, then I added more. Ripped higher to 171. I had orders at 172, but I didn't get filled, and then added back for a kind of a 920 trade. but it didn't work out, and I got stopped out at the break even, and now it looks like it's really losing it. Brian had a really amazing trade on Tesla. A 1 minute to range breakout. Tesla was really the amazing trade of the day. So really ripped higher. I kind of chasing it on this pullback. Not chasing it. I waited for a pullback, but I got out because at the same time I took another position on NVDA. So if I was staying in there, it would have worked out. But because I had a bigger position on NVDA, NVDL and NVDA. So let me bring this one here. So that turned out to be a much better trade for me. So, NVDA came up, popped up. I sold some, same as NVDA as well. So that was a great trade that we had. So, but looks like everything is kind of rolling over. So overall, turned out to be a very serious day for me. And I also covered my Microsoft puts and NVDA to some extent. So turned out to be a very big trading day for me. So a very big heavy position took. I guess that happens when you're waking up since very early in the morning. No, really, my brain.
You're ready to go. Yeah, it feels
Dude,
like you're ready to
I'm
go.
ready to go. I was never been this sharp for trading, and I guess that's a new thing that I should do. Just keep waking up early, and then by the time that market opens, my brain is really sharp.
You're awake. Yeah.
Yeah. How was your trading day?
Good, man. I had a great trade on Tesla. Oracle gave me a hard time. We got a one small partial, and now look at it go, reject the V up and right back down. So it's actually going to go to our target 165.64, but I'm not in it no more. But a good day, man. Cannot complain.
Yeah.
Tesla,
so somebody's asking a question. Somebody's asking a question, Carlos. That when you are having this moving averages on all time frame, the answer to that is yes. You don't change it. Obviously the value of the moving averages and everything will change in different time frame because this usually uses open high close of the candlestick, so it would be different, but you don't change. And I have a rule that the indicators that you're using, you just have to live with those. And don't mess around, don't switch it, don't move it too much. You just have to marry your indicator and live for them. Yeah, so we do live trading for about 1 hour at the open. Brian and I, we're a scalper. Brian is a really good scalper. So if you want to see the live trading with my screen, we do it in the chat room. But welcome. Right now, Paris is talking about his trades and Brian. So we kind of go back and forth between these two. That one over there is a smaller community, so you can upload your trades, and it's more focused toward more scalpers that. They want to be part of Bear Traders. Plus, obviously, we have so much educational and webinars and mentorship sessions as well in there. Yeah, any question, guys, about the trades that we did? So what was my best trading day and how much did you make? I don't remember, Fardin. I think it was about, I think I had $100,000 day back in pandemic time. I don't remember. I think it was on NEO or XPEV. Those times the Chinese automakers, like after President Biden got elected in 2021, the whole mania of like EV got a real thing because obviously the administration was switching a lot of funding and policy toward electric and clean tech. And I remember that the sector of electric vehicles got really big, and that includes, XPEV and NEO, the Chinese electric cars as well. So those times we had really good trades. Airline and cruise lines were big in that time, and I think those were the biggest wins and also the biggest losses that I had. Yeah, GME was also remember. I don't really remember the details, but yeah, it was pretty much we did so much. So the NVDA had a really big move up, and now it's kind of consolidating at the VWAP. I'm not really hopeful to break up or break down on NVDA. It might mess around, for the rest of the day around this area. So that's my thing on NVDA. Same as Oracle. Oracle seems that it lost it, and it might continue going lower. I don't see the market to squeeze and rip significantly higher. So we trade both options and the stocks. Sometimes when you are scalping, it's much faster to trade shares or the leverage products. But if you have the option chain ready, you can quickly get in by market orders. You can trade options as well. So resilient traders as taking a big day off. Oh, absolutely. Sometimes you have to take the day off. Sometimes you have to walk away. So absolutely, there's so many things you can do for to recover. I think one of the most important things that you can do is you can go through the funded accounts that we have and see if you can actually consistently make money. We had one of the traders, Francisco, who made the $10,000, and then he signed up again and he blew up because he wasn't ready to control himself completely. And then he signed up again, and then now he's going through the third one. And I told him, and he was really frustrated because he had this feeling of I made it, and then suddenly big sell off or blow up. And I told him that's exactly the whole program is designed for making sure that you are not getting lucky. You're actually getting consistent in every market condition, because 3 months is a really good period of you can see different market conditions, and 6 months is even better because now you have gone through probably two earnings season and also presidents to its policy changes, phase of the market, everything you've seen it all.
Yeah, that's a good point. It also helps Andrew to like understand just because you had early success on doesn't mean it's going to continue throughout the future. Because it happens too. People open up their account, they had early success, they think they figured it out, they get more confident, they get more risky, and then they end up blowing up, right? So it is a great program, guys. I'm telling you, if me, Peter, Mike, we all started around 2017, 2018 trading. If we had what you guys have now, oh man, this would be much incredible. And we would have saved a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yeah, that would have accelerated the process for sure. So
you have no idea how lucky you are when you're learning trading compared to 10 years ago. It was nothing. There's nothing available. There was no YouTube show. There was no news. There was no website. There was no proper simulator. Now it's way easier. Like you have no idea how ahead you are compared to what we started. Yeah, there you go. So Andre is asking, how can you see the level 2, the volume is coming? I think the best visualization for level 2 is the market atlas. So today it was so obvious in Tesla that the volume is coming. So again, when the orders are coming up, so market atlas is also giving you a timestamp that when the orders came in. So like, for example, at this moment, the 411 started building the orders. So I think market atlas is 100% tool for anyone who wants to scalp and day trade in short-term market. Maybe not for the long term if you want to swing trade, or maybe you want to wait for 3-4 hours for one trade, maybe less. But for short-term trading, a 5-10 minute trade, definitely market atlas is an absolute 100% requirement, in my opinion. It's not that I want to try to sell you anything, but I think and we're using it. I'm using it every single day in front of you. What I see and how I trade. There's so many recaps that you can see, and you make a decision based on the same as futures. We have the futures data, ES and NQ, so so very obvious. You can see the orders are stacking up or down, and then I can make a decision on those trades. So right now, it seems that the market is going to go higher because the futures are 68, 67, 87 is there. So we might, push through that, which would be exactly like a, red to green for S&P 500. Yeah, so short term, like these levels that you're seeing in market atlas is really just for short term, like 10 minutes. You don't see something here that helps you for 4 or 5 hours later down the road because this order is constantly changing.
the market's had its initial move. Looks like it's slowing down here now as we head mid-morning. That's normal.
Yeah. Peter, did you take any trade? You usually don't take trade.
No, I didn't. Yesterday I made some mistakes after the open, so I got a little nervous today. I identified some trades. I told the chat, our YouTube viewers about some trades, but I didn't end up taking them myself. So.
Yeah, did you see how it actually popped up towards this 67, 87 level that we had? So, I'm just to see how this level showed up, and then again you can see my screen and how the price went through there. So it's just so fascinating.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between Atlas and Bookmap? Andre, there's no difference. is exactly the same. I think Bookmap is a little bit more advanced in terms of some of the indicators that they have, and also you can actually trade directly to that. But Atlas is just a basic visualization that is so important, and I don't think you really need other things. There's another difference is that Atlas is browser based, so you run it on your Chrome or Edge or Firefox. But Bookmap is downloadable, but it's a very good platform as well. Ours is a little bit cheaper from Bookmap as well. So
Tesla. What's Tesla doing?
NVDA,
NVIDIA is looking weak below VWAP here now, but
not sure.
do
Not sure.
anything crazy.
NT8, I'm not really sure on NT8. Actually, I never used it. So the reason that I have 8 tabs is because I'm, as someone that built it, I'm actually testing the load on our servers, and we're slowly increasing the server load. And a few people who've been using it for some time. At the beginning, we had some, crash and the load of the server. So we're gonna fix it very soon, so you guys can actually get access to more tabs. But what you can do is you can actually have another browser, another Atlas, so you can get 8.
Yeah. Well, we can do 4 tabs right now, so
4 tabs, yeah. So that's, but that should be enough. You really don't want to have like, it's just.
No, I mean you can't watch all of those at the same time anyway. So I just flip between them, and you can easily change one for a different symbol. So it's not that bad.
Yeah, less is more. Less is more. Less is more. It's very important to, not over kill yourself on these kind of things. So yeah, so the futures are kind of flat. We don't see much of an order going on the ES. You can also see the NQ as well. So the most important ones are ES, NQ, and RTY. So let's see what the NQ is doing. Let's decrease the sensitivity a little bit here. See what are we getting there. It's not much going on an EQ, but ES is there. 25 levels, making sure that the sensitivity is also low. Yeah, Carlos is the man. Carlos is really helpful.
Carlos is the man.
He's killing it, man. He's the man of the jack of all trade. They say, huh? He's just running the show. He's trading. He's entertaining. He's answering the chat. He's the jack of an all trade.
Yeah, he's getting it done.
Yeah, so there's so much information. So we have the Trading Terminal Academy. So if you go into Atlas, if you subscribe, so there's a link that you can actually go to the education. So we have so much educational material on Market Atlas. So you click on it, and it's pretty simple, but we have so much material. And also in the chat room, we have weekly webinars that will teach you how to use Market Atlas. So don't worry about it. We got you if you subscribe. So right now, Andres, I'm mostly using Market Atlas now, which is the same as level 2, but it has a timestamp and visually is more nicer. So I personally now looking only at Market Atlas and level 2. The only thing that I use on level 2 right now, you guys don't see it, but if I bring it here, so I use the level 1 here. So essentially the bid and ask spread, VWAP, volume, previous day close, and high and low of the day. So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, Atlas is a visual representation of level 2, and the advantage is you can see more. It's much easier to see a bigger range of price information than you can get on the level 2. It's all there on the level 2, but it's harder to see. Atlas is so much easier to quickly see where it's at and how it's changing. That's the other thing, actually, you get an Atlas you don't get in level 2. You got a little bit of a history there, so you can see when the orders come on, when they get taken. And the level 2 is obviously just a snapshot in time, right? You don't get that history component. All right, watching everything just sit here mid-range.
Oracle seems that it has found the bottom, but I don't know if I want to make a trade because I had a really good trade, very serious, aggressive trading. So I don't know if I want to take another trade, but you guys.
A couple questions on Atlas, Andrew, that you might be better positioned to answer.
If Atlas is the only thing that tells you not to enter trade, do prior is cancelled? Yeah, of course, Ali. Ali is asking a question. Atlas is just one indicator, but the most important thing is what you're looking at is the price action. So by price action, I mean, when you go look at the 5-minute chart and you see that, we have been really into the chop range kind of around here. And no matter how clear the Atlas is, if I see the pattern is not there for me, I'm not going to trade it. So again, very important to remember that the market atlas is only one tool, is not 100% dictating what you should do. The most important thing is price action. And by price action, I mean candlesticks patterns. So when you see here Tesla, so again, a very solid, like when you go into the 1 minute, it was a very solid 1 minute range breakout. So very strong candlesticks, move higher, higher and higher lows. Obviously, this is more important than just seeing something. If I see that, for example, Tesla is messing around, no matter if I see order, I probably won't trade it because, again, the pattern is not there for me. All right. Oh. Any other question, guys? Relative volume on trading terminal scanner. Yes, we should have relative volume. You can add it in one of the. So how do you like that? Do you like me to come more in the YouTube in the pre-markets and come later? Do you like that? So TSS, how do you guys know that switch to 1 minute or 5 minutes? So the best answer is that you should have both of them at the same time. Carlos, if you switch to full screen for me, so this is what I see at the same time. So what I have is I have 1 minute and 5 minutes at the same time. So I look at both of them. So 5 minutes is more strategic decision making, and 1 minute is tactical decision making. And of course, at the same time, I'm looking at the levels that we have on Market Atlas. So as you see here, the levels are very clear on NVDA that is bearish. So I really look at all of this at the same time. And when I'm looking at one chart, the most important thing that I see here is this red line, which is the previous day, which is the last transaction. So yeah, guys, Oracle was bottoming. So as you see here, Oracle is just popping up very nicely. Guys, give Peter a like. So only 359 likes. Give Peter and Carlos a like for this such a long 2-hour show. Really. It's really like 3 hours.
3 hours now.
Really, really, really. It's it takes a lot of energy. Like I really appreciate you guys. You guys are my heroes. Heroes. Yeah, nice. Look at that. Now 386. Yeah, give it a like for Peter and Carlos, especially Carlos.
I just got up my trading in the morning. We'll get there, guys. I'm working on it. It's slow. It's a long, slow process.
Just get into the team. Come on, come on.
Yeah.
So, guys, Peak Capital Trading Bootcamp also starts. Bootcamp is probably the best, environment that you guys can, make a trade and, learn trading. We do have live trading every single day. Mike, John, Peter, Megan, Lenny, and Thor are doing live trading at Peak Capital. So, consider joining Peak Capital Bootcamp if you really want to take it to the next level. And, just one good trade will really pay for, all the costs that,
You sort of cut off there, but yes. Ice storm hitting. You know, oh, yeah, it's funny. We were on this ice, Tahiti. You're coming to Ottawa. Yeah, look, there was supposed to be this huge ice storm, and they canceled buses. Schools are closed. All sorts of things. No rain at all. It's not even wet. Now I just see a little bit of rain here in Canada, so maybe the rain just started. But yeah, they were all terrified that it was going to be this huge thing, and turns out, you know, this sometimes happens. It's a non-event so far.
Nice.
All right, guys. Hopefully you had some good trades this morning and really took advantage of it. If not, don't worry. There's lots of trading day. Take it slow, trade smart. That's what we are going to keep advocating for you. You know, we want you to trade for the long term, and you know that's really what's going to give you value. I myself, like I said, sitting on no trades today. So far, but that's okay. You know, I know there's opportunity later in the day, and you know, I'm a little cautious, like I mentioned after yesterday. You guys know I traded a lot yesterday morning, and it didn't end up the way I was hoping. So taking it slow today, but you know, there's lots of trading ahead. So
Excellent.
all right, who do we? Well, I guess we have Thor, who's be coming on at 11.
Yeah, Thor's
Now,
going to be coming on in a couple of minutes, but we'll do a funded account before that. So hashtag funded
Oh, let's
is
do
on, my
that.
friends. Yeah, so let's do that,
Yeah, you bet.
and we'll give that a
Okay.
little bit of time there. To
And
set
have you
up.
got it
So-
set up this time before you announced it?
Yep, I did. I set up before I
Okay,
announced
there you
it.
go. Okay, hashtag funded. We're good to go. All right, I'll stick around for this, and I got to run. I actually have a meeting at 11, so we'll hand it over to our next traders.
Yeah. Ah, Oracle came to VWAP. Oracle is what a nice reversal.
Yeah, Oracle was dropping, Carlos, and then just
I
about face,
know.
right back up to VWAP.
Yeah.
Just it likes that VWAP level.
Sure
One that went
does.
higher today was AVAV. It was down on bad earnings and bad news with their contracts, and it's been making a recovery all morning of some of what it lost overnight, which is interesting. So not a huge move, but still, it's up from 200 roughly to the 212, 213. So
Yeah.
all right, how much longer are we leaving the poll open? Hashtag funded. If you haven't got in, this is your chance.
Guys.
Hashtag funded. We have how many? 131 entries. So good luck,
Okay.
guys. I'm gonna do it myself too. Yeah, let's see. Funded. Let's get in there,
Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah, we keep wanting
All right.
we want to see if we get our big chance.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, guys. The winner for today goes to. There it is. At Noop Gone Y4 Y4H.
Wow.
Congratulations,
Y4H.
you are the
Okay.
winner.
Nice.
Awesome.
All right.
Congratulations.
Nice. Congratulations. Just email Carlos at bearabletraders.com to be able to collect.
Yep.
Take advantage of that.
Yeah, we'll get you all set up. Peter, if you got runs get set up, go ahead, man, do your thing, and I'll catch up with you a little bit later.
Thank you, sir. We will talk to everybody later. Have
Yeah,
a great
thanks, guys.
trading day. Trade smart, everybody.
Well done trading, guys. So we're waiting for Thor is joining us, huh?
Yeah, Thor's going to join us in a couple of minutes here. So wait for him to hop on, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Again, remember, new time here, 8 a.m. we start right here on the channel, also on live on X as well. So hopefully you guys enjoy the new format, new information, and hopefully that was a good change for you guys.
It's absolutely, that was amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, guys. Any question, guys, about trades that we did?
Spies pushing higher, getting here, got some good momentum here. Yes, I'll send you my email address. Here it is. Carlos at bearbertraders.com. There you go. Do you have a Lambos and garbage truck member? Do you have to be? Yes, you do. You have to be a Lambos and garbage truck member to be part of the drawing. It's kind of like a small thank you for our guys, the support that they give us to the channel. You also get access to a couple of videos available there on YouTube for education purposes. So you have some stuff on that you can take advantage of. As a thank you, every day we do this every day. We do it again tomorrow. We've given out probably about 55 funded accounts, which is nice. And so yeah, good luck. We'll do it again tomorrow. We see your question. So how many trades do you take on a day, Andrew? Daily?
I think four
You
or
don't- you don't
five,
take,
maybe
yeah, you don't
maximum.
take a lot. Yeah,
No,
not
four
a
or
lot.
five. Usually, with my accuracy, 4 or 5 is going to tell me if I hit my, profit target or max loss. So you also
Yeah.
need to have a max loss in your, mind. So you really don't want to trade something that is, constantly giving you a loss. I'm not trying to come to Montreal, but I'm considering moving to the East Coast time zone, like maybe Toronto for some time, see if we can have a little bit of a better sleeping. We'll see how it goes. Um,
New Jersey,
see,
Let's do it.
yeah, New Jersey, man. Or maybe we can bring you to Toronto or Montreal.
That's a tough one. But East Coast, you will love the East Coast time. That's for sure. You will love it. Texas meetup.
Awesome.
We'll see.
So sorry, I didn't get it. Is Thor joining or he's not joining?
No, he's joining us. Yeah, he's joining us. Yeah. It's coming on here in a few minutes. So we'll see him in
So
just a
the
sec.
bootcamp price is $299. So that comes with 1 year of BBT membership and also a funded account. And I know we don't have, unfortunately, as of now, any payment planned. Spies keeps the clicking way higher.
Wow, Oracle. Look at Oracle right back down. Hit the VWAP and then nice rejection again. So it is trading well today. Very, very volatile. There's a lot of opportunities on that thing. Where can I find a market lessons? How do I sign up? Check out bearbertraders.com. That's our main education website, right? So all our educational materials on there, all our advanced stuff is on there. So that's the first place you want to start in. And then we got P Capital available for you, and we also have Trading Tournament, which is kind of like the tool. So I will start there first. We got some good deals happening now, so definitely take a look at it, and we'll get you some information. But if you're not sure about anything, join me. $39 coming for the intro. Join me this Monday. We'll do an onboarding class. I'll show you around what the environment's like at BBT, and then you can make a more informed decision whether this is right for you or not. Right. So join us for a week. Get access to the chat room. Get access to Andrew and Brian trading live, and then you can make a better decision after you know what exactly you're getting into, right? I think that's important too. All right, our good buddy Thor is here. Good morning, friend. How are you?
Good morning, Thor.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Have a
How's
good
the
trading
trading?
day with bootcamp.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of fun today. We found a couple good tickers that we liked today and had a pretty good time with them. We also spotted a bit of a short opportunity on the market that happened a little bit ago. A bit of a squeeze there, but we're making it work.
Nice, excellent.
Awesome.
Congratulations. All right, hand it over to you. This is Dr. Vanessa joining us as well.
Not today. Nope, not next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday. All right, perfect. Yeah, good luck, guys. You're in a good hands, and all the best. See you tomorrow morning, guys.
All right, awesome. Thor, when you get a chance, refresh your screen so it pops up here, and we'll be good to go.
On my way. Hey, Olga, good to see you. All right, let's see here. Desktop. 4. share. All right, there we go. We should have it working now, I think.
Yeah, it's good.
Did y'all do the funded giveaway?
Yeah, we did. I think Juan might be behind on the stream. That happens sometimes, guys. Make sure you hit that live button because if you like walk away or you minimize your stream, it will like delay you by a couple of minutes. Sometimes that has happened to me. So make sure you do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same. So we got to make sure we do that. If not, just be, I don't care. And Kita, that's funny. Yeah, you got to make sure you're with it on that. So a little housekeeping. Please make sure if you have time to subscribe to the channel. Also, we always appreciate a good thumbs up. A nice like is certainly helpful. For anyone who is looking for a for priority on your um hold on one second. Let me respond to this real quick. Um, What's up, Frank? So don't forget that you for our garbage, our Lambos and garbage trucks members, we get priority on our draws and our some specialized ed material and stuff like that. So it's good to see everybody. So how are you all? How is your trading day so far? I was saying before, I had a bit of a short on the ES when it kind of topped out after the news. I ended up cutting that position when we came back through the 20, so still made a pretty decent amount of money, a little over a grand on it. So I was pretty happy with that. I'm actually watching NQ right now. I think we're going to be a sell-off today. I'm just kind of waiting to see what more we get because you can see with ES, we had indecision here. I got short right in here, and then I cut it when we came back through the 20 and bought the open. I have to do this because my contract size is quite large. So it's better just for me to let it reoffer and get back in. But it looks like we really, with this kind of, when the news came out, we had a really strong buy right into the sell area, like too strong. Now, I know a lot of people you won't really kind of understand what I mean by that, but this is basically a trap. So what happens is when the news comes out, people come in to buy the news, and the algorithm and the specialist will distribute the float into all of those buyers, and then they stuff them it gets stuffed right at the level, and then we offer lower, and then basically those buyers start stopping out, and then the specialist can use that volume to move down the order book to the bigger orders, right? And they want to distribute into the larger orders to the downside. So it looks like we've started a bit of a distribution cycle on the day. So I would expect, because we're in a lower narrow range, that by the end of the day, we're going to end up somewhere down here. Now, because it's a narrow range and it's lower, I inherently don't like these ranges because they're very choppy. So I don't really trade these ranges a lot. And as you can see, we're just chopping up and down through this range. So, and that's because we've got the yesterday's close, we've got the open price, we're going to have support 3. I don't show support 2, but it's there. We've got yesterday's low is here. You know what I mean? We've got S3 here. There's just so many levels that we are going to have to fight through to get to the downside. It makes it a much less enjoyable trade. So a lot of the trades, especially as a newer trader, you might not want to try one of these because it's going to require a lot more patience and, for a lack of a better, a little bit more fortitude on your trade holds, because you're going to have to be willing to give back price a little bit more, or even maybe take an extra stop before you get the move you really are looking for. But I like actually the idea of volume wise and the selling wise. It looks like we're going to be a short here. And we're back under the 20. We're rejecting the open. So if we can move away from the open back through the previous day's close, it's reasonable that we're going to go back to test the lows again. I'm doing great. Thank you. I like PLTR today. I think PLTR is my favorite ticker as far as its call and setup. It just won't sell for some reason. I don't know what it's waiting for, but I mean, it's a beautiful call. I like how it's stuck here. I like how we're wicking right off an order right at R3. I looked at the book earlier. There were some orders down there. So, but yeah, you know, it's so I like PLTR too because of the wider range. So I think this one's a good one. I would hang into it. Thor, advice for someone struggling with stop loss setting, getting stopped out too quickly. Um, hmm. Uh, I'm trying to go with a non-generic answer. You need a exactly, Ben. Um, it you need a wider stop loss, right? So, and the other thing you may be having an issue with is actually your entry technique, right? So those are the two things I would look at first. One, are you using some kind of like a price leading indicator or a pricing indicator like a moving average or like a trend line, or are you using something that gives you a good idea of what the actual current market sentiment is? Are we buying or are we selling? Right? So number two, are you selling or buying at an area where you're incentivized, right, to do that action? Like, so for instance, PLTR right now is at R3. R3 is where I look for sellers, right? So I want to short at R3 and I want to put my stop above high of day at the tightest. If not, give it the next institutional number. Like, so for instance, if I was going to go short here, I would want to be short somewhere around the cross of the 20, and my stop would be up above high of day. Since the high of day is at 153, I would probably put my stop all the way at like 153.50 something, right? And give myself plenty of room, right, to give this some space to let it breathe. Make sure you have these basic elements well defined, right? Number one, where are you looking for a trade? Previous day's high, previous day's low, previous day's close, pre-market high, pre-market low. There's tons of good levels, right? ATR high, ATR low. There's so many good levels to use for you to be able to, have an idea on where to look for a trade. But you need a regular where. I wouldn't just take trades or reversals from anywhere. They should be reversals off of a specific level, right? Now that you have your level, once you hit it, what does that reversal mean and how does it manifest, right? So for me, a reversal happens when we cross the 20 EMA or when we're highly extended from it, right? We're really far away from it. So there's a good chance we can come to it, right? Or we're really close to it, right? But ideally, if I'm going to sell, I want to be under the 20, right? Not above it. 20 I've used for a very long time. I just haven't kept it on my charts yet lately because I've been looking at other ways. Like if you read my book, I do like a whole like couple pages. Ooh, there's our selling. Wow. There we go. Here goes PLTR. This will help PLTR. Wow, very nice. I'm telling you, this is what we were expecting. See what I mean, though? How well that works? I mean, this is what we were expecting to have happen. On PLTR, this is a R3 to S3 play. So I would go for the target is either S3. The longest I would go for would be S3 and then maybe S4. But S3 is the technical target. Let's go over to the Qs and let's watch what the Qs are up to. All right, so we're gonna bounce a little bit on the Qs. Okay, again, it's not a buy, but we're gonna bounce, right? And the reason we're bouncing is you can see here on my buying and selling detector, right? We've overclocked our sellers, right? So we've had too much selling, too hard, too fast. So we're going to need to do, basically, most of you who follow ICT, you're going to hear like fair value concepts, right? So let me kind of show you how this will work. I see how I have this fib here that I drew off of this high and low. See how we pulled right back into its mid-level and then sold away? That same thing is going to happen here, or something very similar to it, right? So we have this really big sell, and because this sell was so hard, right, we've exhausted our sellers. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pull up into its value area. Let me get a little closer to the price. We're gonna pull up into its value area, right, and offer these people another opportunity to get to sell, right? And then as we push lower and come out of this area, you know what I mean? We'll see what happens. We really should not buy back up into the top third of this large candle. If we do, then that's a failed value gap. Oil is coming out because of president talking news. So you see that there? Look at that. See how that works? So we exhausted. So I told you we were going to bounce and come back, right? But it wasn't a reversal. We were just going to go find more sellers. We come right back into the consequence encroachment line and then immediately offer the bid, right? So now here's this high is very, very important now. If we buy back through this area and make new highs, we'll probably go all the way back to the open price. Right? Thor, I really enjoy the days you are here. It's so valuable. I missed today your pre-market prediction. Thanks a lot, Thor Casso. Adrian, thank you so much. It got the video. I'm trying a different video format. I got like some feedback and and people were saying they'd like to see charts a little bit in there. So I'm gonna try and switch it up so I can record it off of my computer instead of off my phone, and do it like with a screen share instead. So you can actually see. And see that. So oh, I'm glad you liked it so much. I'm sorry I actually did it. I just didn't post it. But so starting tomorrow, I'm going to try and do an actual screen recording and then actually like pan to it. Man, we are rocking. But so you can see kind of how that worked there. I really appreciate what you're saying there, Adrian, by the way. Thank you so much for the compliment. Yeah, John, that's good information for sure. Awesome. No, I'm glad to hear that. PLTR, let's go back to that. PLTR would be hard to buy right now because it's sold a lot. So it's a little off of premium. So if you're gonna sell, you want to sell high, right? So if you're gonna short, you would want to short up here. Now keep an eye on it. It is possible we could squeeze back up to the EMA here, give an offer, and then start to sell. That might get you close enough for an entry. But right now you're a bit off of premium. So this is why the cam system is here, right? Because if you were gonna short, the ideal short is right up here at R3. And you could see if you hit this thing short anytime it got up at R3 and ran a decently wide stop, then you would be good to go. Let's look at YM. A couple people have asked. So this would actually be a trending breakdown on YM. So, which I like. I think a trending breakdown makes a lot of sense. We're a little extended from our moving averages right now. So so what I would want to see is actually for this to consolidate for a little bit. And then once everything kind of gets a little closer, have it test it and then go under, come back up, and then I'd look to hit it then. You don't want to short now because you are in a lower narrow range. I would not long S3 on ES. I don't have to look to know that. That's just a stat. So you can see here, like imagine, so S4, imagine you have a yard inside of a neighborhood, right? S4 is the fence around your yard. You never want to try and play away from the fence while you're still inside the fence because you just run into the fence, right? So you can see here on YM, look how perfectly we wick S4, right? So you never want to short above the 4, right? You want to let it lose the 4 and then come back, right? Because you want to short it, you want to be outside the fence when you short it. That'll keep you from a lot of stops. Like look back here, same thing. Look how close we got. We set an isolated pivot and then squeezed all the way back up to high. Now we've come all the way back to low, made a new low of day, by the way, after 10:30. So our IB stats are actually more to the sell side also. Wicked right off of S4 and came right back up. So you can just kind of see how difficult this would be if you were trying to short it right now above S4, even though it's likely a sell. Go ahead and let it get under S4 and come back up, and then you can short and throw your stop up here and then target S6 in this instance. S6 and monthly support 6 are down here. So I think that would be a good play. But it needs to get lower. This is one of those instances where when you're shorting, you're actually going to wait for it to get lower than you would like because it'll give you better price action if it's lower. If you short up here, even if it is a short, your price action is not going to be good for you to handle a position. The book is a complete day trading system. Thank you. So the concepts I'm talking about, right? One of the things I have to remind everybody about is that I have been trading for the better part of a decade, right? Which is crazy to say. It really, some days feels like I just started trading, but then there's other days I remember that actually in the grand scheme of things, I've been doing this for quite a while. Right. So some of what I'm talking about is I have been exposed to every major market concept for the most part that's out there, including many I wish I wasn't. Right. So, but because of that, and I've seen enough charts and I've seen the way the algorithms work enough times that it can seem like a crystal ball. Right. But it's not a crystal ball. These are computers. Right. They actually have a way they do the thing. They have their own language, they have their own movement, they have their own way that they trade, right? So it's not really that it's a crystal ball, it's kind of more like an if-then statement, right? If this happens and this happens, then this should happen. And that happens the vast majority of the time. Like again, and then I do have a really killer indicator, right? My Camaria pivot points that I use, which are, which I've modified a little bit for time frames, but are otherwise fairly the industry standard, right? Work very, very well for predicting areas of participation, where I expect to buy from or where I expect to sell from. And being above S4 is absolutely a place I'd expect to buy from on a lower range. Now, I don't go long because it's a narrow range, right? Narrow means outside. So we should close, because we're going to go outside, we should close somewhere more down here, right? So, but because it's above S4, we can't go short. We have to wait. So this is these are what happens with range-based strategies. Very fun because of that. There is some real value in ICT. Sure, there's absolutely value in ICT, right? But ICT, the problem with ICT is that people treat ICT as if it is like a Bible, right? But ICT by itself is no better than VPA by itself. You know what I mean? Like it's all of these elements work very well as a part of something. You know what I mean? But individually have very little significance, right? You would never want to just trade fair value gaps or inverse fair value gaps. You want to take that inverse fair value gap and pair it, right, with some kind of a level and then some kind of an indicator, right? You're going to want to have Camaria pivot, then you're going to want to have like a 9 or a 20 cross or something like that. Then the fair value gap that happens, then you take a decision based upon what happened. Absolutely narrower days are more difficult. Right, right. And Newbie makes a good point too. ICT, which is a person, right? Not a concept, for the record, right? ICT concepts. I forget the guy's name, just because it's not on me right now. But ICT concepts were made internet famous, through a specific instructor, right? That really put a lot of effort in that. But ICT concepts were not invented by that instructor any more than Camaria pivots were invented by me, right? So the one thing, like if you read my book, there's a section in there. Thank you, Michael Huddleston. There's a section. Ooh, look at that 20 offer on YM. There was a section in a whole section in my book talking about Nick Scott and MB Kurtzentwig, who are the people that I get my Camaria equation from, right? There is a saying by Paulo Coelho that I really enjoy. He's the author of The Alchemist. But the book that I'm going to take this quote from is a book called Maktub. And because Maktub it's a really cool book, and it's a compilation of varied stories. And basically in his saying, in the quote is, more or less, I'm not going to nail this quote, but it more or less is, I take no, he is the author of the book, but he's not an author of the stories, right? So he says, I take no credit for the stories themselves, only for assembling them and presenting them to you, right? So, and that's kind of like the same thing with my Camaria pivot system. I by no means will claim that I invented them, because I did not. But what I did is I combined them in a way that with other indicators that have never been done, using time frames that's never been done. And that together has made the complete day trading system that I offer, right? That's why it's a complete day trading system. A complete day trading system is the name of the book. But it's only good, but even the cams themselves are not good enough by themselves, right? They need to be augmented with, again, I have cams, and then I have a moving indicator that I like to use, and then I have VPA that I put on those, and like the order book stuff. Yeah, I mean, so there's lots of things I'm factoring in when I'm doing this, other than just blindly hitting a level. PLTR are still working. The buying and selling detector is not mentioned in the book, and I do not have a ton of training material on it, but I'll be happy to tell you anything you want. It's something that is on my list of things to do when I get a life again. But it's actually a relatively new invention. I only invented it maybe with Bruz like maybe 6 months ago. I think it was around like October or November. We started betaing it. So I don't have a ton of material on it, but I'm happy to explain to you all you want to know about its functionality and how it works. And then again, apologies for no market forecast today. We're working on a new video format, and it just wasn't quite ready for today, and I didn't want to just post the old one. So Dalton, you're not wrong. I have noticed there are some people inherently that use the order book and they kind of need it. It really helps them a lot. But then there are because it allows them to see it allows them to kind of see market sentiment and all of those things. No, hey, I'm super excited too, Fearless. So it's okay for you to yell that one. I can actually tell that you meant to do it the other way because the BSD is the only thing that's not capitalized is the buying and selling detector. Oh, here comes the selling. Here comes the fun. Hey, how many people are in the PLTR? I mean, got to be a couple of you, right? I hope you are. It was the only equity ticker in my watch list today. Hey, Benjamin, don't matter if it's sim or the real thing, man. If you're in it, you're in it. As Vin Diesel says, winning is winning. Doesn't matter if it's by what did he say? Like a foot or a mile? I'm short in Q right now, so which I'm very happy about. Let me show you my trades for today. I'm a little upset on the ES one because it was such a beautiful trade. I should have just held it, but it's okay. With these larger contracts, I just can't. So I was a short at R3 on ES after we had the news and the big spike. We had indecision. We held up. I went ahead and went short. But when it came back through the 20 and rebought the open, I took the position and still made like a grand on the position. It was still very lovely. But I'm in NQ now, and I actually tried NQ off of R3, under R3 because it looked like it was going to sell, and then it came up and stopped me out. So I lost about a full R. So I lost almost my winnings off of the ES trade. I lost almost all of them. So, and now I'm back short at R3. This time a little bit better. I ran the stop a little wide, again, risking, similar risk. So, and we'll see if we make this move now. So, but I'm trailing the 20. So if this ends up, the short, I kind of explained this before. The shorts in a narrow range are very difficult, right? So I don't recommend it for newer traders that are using the system. It's better just to, yeah, because what's going to happen is it has lots of squeezes. So it's easy to get stopped out a lot. And if you get stopped out a lot, it's very easy to get triggered into like kind of over trading a bit. So for my mentees, I actually won't recommend playing this day at all. For me, because we got back under R3 and the volume really wasn't very strong, I actually really liked it for a possible short. I threw my first stop right above R3. I got taken out, and then I re-entered once it stopped because I still really liked the range. And when I got taken out, the volume was so low when I got taken out. I still felt it. So, but again, now I'm trailing, right? Because as you can see, I'm only carrying one contract of NQ because we're expanding right now. We're moving almost 500 points a day. So I don't want to carry two contracts because then I can't run a wide enough stop. But because of that, I can't partial. I could run 10 micros, but my comms are about, if I took 10 micros, my comms on the trade would be maybe about like $9 or $10. But with one full-size contract, my comms will be like $2. So I'm actually saving some money on comms by using only one contract. But the problem is I can't partial, right? So I'm only gonna get out if basically if it comes back and buys the CP and breaks the 20, then I'll get out. So that'll make sure that'll make sure that I end up making like at least $1,000 for the day. There goes YM. It's still it's back above the 4. I would have loved for it to have held, but keep an eye on it. It looks pretty good. It might just consolidate and wait for the average to get lower, but look how it held the 20 so nicely. The one knock on this call that I don't like is that ATR low is right inside. So if we're gonna find another big algorithm on this right here. So if it does sell here, it's probably gonna hit ATR low and then bounce all the way back up. So if this gets away from you, don't be too worried about it. You may give it a chance for a reoffer. Because with this algorithm here, it's gonna hit hard. It'll probably get a bit of a bounce. A good entry would be for it to lose S4 and then pull back up. Like here, actually, this is pretty good. It really shouldn't come back through this like mid-level, but it's come too high right now. So I would like to, especially because when it pushed down, it kind of exhausted. It put in a lot of volume. So I want to give this a chance to rest for a minute before we get in. How's NQ looking? Oops, wrong button. Cool. All right, so we're gonna come to here. So again, one of the options, if you want to, kind of extend your profits without partialing, is you can actually use trails, right? It is okay to take partials on the way up, not the way down, by the way, right? You can hold as long as it's strong, and then you can start partialing as it comes back up, even if it moves lower later. Like, I know it doesn't look right because you don't see it a lot, but institutionally, it's the best way to make money. Right? Because imagine if we had this big drop and I took a partial right there, pop, and then it came back up here and I went out, right? So we can do the same thing. It would be the same price either way, right? I can let it go lower and then just say, hey, if it comes back above here, I'm going to get out. Okay, if it comes back above the 20, I'm going to get out, right? We've already tested the 20 and wicked it. So if it comes back up again, comes through CP in yesterday's 2 days ago's close, I go out. Remember, again, lower range, so we expect lots of chop here. No, the plays alerted by my system are the preferred, like PLTR right now, are the preferred plays, but I make a lot more money trading futures because of the leverage, so I prefer to trade futures. So there are times when because I do also like to experiment with the system a little bit, so I have the biggest, best plays for my peeps. So I kind of allow myself to be the canary in the coal mine a little bit. I know it's kind of an interesting thing to say, but I've been trading long enough that I feel comfortable, identifying opportunities that may not be ideal and kind of letting those fly a little bit. So yeah. But again, there are reasons I don't trade them, but I like to try them just as a reminder. Like I said, I took this one mainly because it's a great demonstration to some of my mentees on how difficult of a position it can be to hold, right? Because we're moving to the downside, but look how we keep finding bottoms and bouncing. We're not getting just a nice trending movement down because we're trading right into support. And then what'll happen is you'll bounce, it'll come back up here, stop you out, and then sell and come all the way back down. And seeing that action happening like that is going to trigger you as a trader if you're not a very seasoned trader. I don't know if I see a better winning rate in futures than in securities. I certainly see a larger profit rate. It's not really, so in trading, I really don't care about how much I win, like how often I win. All I care about is how much I win, right? How much money do I make? I need to make sure I make money. So I'm a little bit different here than most of the other BBT mods, or maybe all of them. I don't, I really like, how do I say this right? I really play really slow. I take my time with trades. I like holding more than cutting, right? So and I like that, this methodology fits my style a lot better, right? So, but what it allows me to do is I can take the trades that I take, like for instance, I'm not really going to worry about whether I make 4,000 or 5,000 or whatever. Nice, Nikki. All I'm really worried about is how much money am I risking? Like that's my only focus, really is. I have a maximum risk of $1,000 per trade, and I can only take four losing trades maximum in a day. Right. But there are days where if I had 4 losing trades, I wouldn't lose 4,000 because some of those trades I'm not going to put I'm going to use a contract, but I won't need $1,000 worth of risk to break high of day. Right. So maybe I only risk 400 on that one. So, but how much money am I going to make? I don't know that. Going into any trade, I really don't know how much money I'm going to make off of it. I'm going to make as much as I can. So like right now, my target is ATR low because it's a narrow day, but I will go out if it comes back through and closes through my trending, the 20 EMA. Because if we're transitioning down, we really should not claim the 20 EMA, the CP, yesterday's close and all that. So I'll only make like maybe $2,000 or $1,500 if I do that. But it gives me the potential that if this thing really starts to sell off, that I can let this go and run that sell. That's so fun about PLTR. And then I'll look at NVIDIA for you. Awesome job on PLTR, by the way. What a lovely call. Let's look at NVIDIA. Yeah, higher narrow range. So today for me would have been a better day for a trending breakout on NVIDIA. With the ATR position there, it actually wouldn't have looked too bad. The problem, you actually opened in a decent spot, but you actually didn't open low enough, believe it or not. For this play, I would have preferred to actually open a little bit lower and popped, we opened very, very high, and this is why we didn't call it. If it had opened in the CPR and then went up, I would have liked it much better. But since it opened high and it had to dip back down, then came up and broke those highs, they should not need to go down on this one. It should open right where these orders are and like spring off, hold, and then start trending the average up. So yeah. We're having trouble getting sellers. John, is there anything, it's John Smith. Is there anything else like you're interested in talking about? You've reposted the same SPY 650 bull trapping. You've posted the same thing, I think 3 or 4 times now during the segment. So I just want to know if there's like something you would like to discuss regarding that. or if you're just spamming. So I'm not really sure why you would be spamming. Um, but like you're just having fun or something. I don't know, or if you're a bot. But just if I see that same exact thing come through again, just a little heads up. If I see that exact same message coming across, I'm gonna assume it's spamming, especially if you don't respond to me, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and report you. But just an FYI, I don't want to, I don't want to report you if you're not a bot. Define, is option better or day trading better? What do you mean? Those are not the same things. Because you can day trade options, is why I'm saying that. So do you mean is options better or futures, or options or stocks are better? Wee. Here we go, people. What do you mean invalid? Under what circumstances do I invalidate cam pivot trading? What do you mean? Like holistically? Like I would just forever not trade cams? Or do you mean just like on a day? Like if it was a R3 short on a lower, wider day, at what point would I not take that trade? Fun. Look at that. We got our S4 short working. Cool. So news won't do it or any of those things. The only thing that causes me to invalidate a cam is range. Right? So like if we're in a lower narrow range, for instance, this technically isn't a traditional play. So, but for me, if it went above R3 already, but it came under R3 and pulled back. So because I'm under R3, right, this trade is valid for me because I think we're going to go outside and sell. Right, but PLTR is probably the best example of a textbook trade today. Right? Like PLTR was a gorgeous call, right? And this is kind of so for me, this is what I'm looking for. What would invalidate this PLTR call is if it had rallied and gone outside of the box. That would have killed this call, right? Because that's just too high for me to call this. We're going to get chopped, right? But that would be it. The only thing that would invalidate this would be price going outside the range. Yeah, I liked it. I would have liked to have seen more selling. So the best entry on it is actually right in here. When we start selling, it actually drops in and then it pulls back up. When it pulls back up, it just barely buys again and then it sells. So my ideal entry would have been somewhere right in here, probably, with my stop above high of day. About a 4-hour target. Wow. All right, everybody, let's rock this trail, shall we? So what I'm going to do is you can see where there's all these wicks. And then this downside wick, right? I'm going to put my order just above the low of that wick, right? So we have to reclaim the 20 and then we have to buy that high and buy through that bid. And if that happens, good enough. Either way now, we're going to make some really decent money today. This is fun. We'll leave this one on here and I'll pull up YM over here. Oh yeah. YM, I mean, YM, that might be it for YM. We'll see what happens here because we could bounce on Qs and everything, and that could bounce YM, but I don't know because if you notice the volume, we are healthy selling right now. Where we kind of oversold a little bit. We pulled right back into healthy selling, and now we're just sitting right in that area. So right now the volume seems quite good for an advance. Helga, did you get a little in queue? Are you a little short right now? Trading futures versus stocks, retail traders like us, futures are extremely institutional, almost 99% algos. That's why I love them so much. That's why I like the futures so much. And I will try and I don't know if you posted that before, but try and give me a chance. I think the institutional playground makes them better. I would rather play baseball with a professional baseball team than play a pickup game with a bunch of middle schoolers. You know what I mean? I want to play professional baseball, so I would like to play it with professionals, right? So I actually like that futures are institutional. So I actually prefer them very much because of that. They're also highly liquid and you get very quick fills, right? Yep. 20 EMA is it's actually that's a trading view indicator. It's not even one of mine. It was put out by Trading View and it's called the moving average exponential. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Yay, we got our first target on PLTR. That's awesome. S3 achieved. What a beautiful move. R3 to S3, baby. Yeah, there will definitely be a bounce here, Helga. That's the thing. Like, but bounce and reversal do not mean the same thing, right? I basically only trade ES and NQ. Every now and again, I like RTY a lot as well. I rarely trade YM because it doesn't call as accurately. It seems to mess up its plays more than the others. So, ooh, maybe getting a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. All right, we'll get this off. Look at that big bounce on the Qs there. Again, if we reclaim the 20, I'm done. Look how good S3 worked on PLTR as a target. Isn't that beautiful? Yep, I can look at Google. Thank you, Patrick. I'm always I am a compendium of otherwise crazy knowledge. Let's look at Google. I like how on YM we're right back up at the 20. That's really nice. How's NQ doing? Yeah, I'm going to get out of NQ if it goes much higher than this. So you can see on NQ, we've reclaimed the 20. I don't want to be just on the other side of it because that's a little too sensitive. But my stop right now is at like 24,968. So like I said, it was right above the low of that candle. And right there, if we buy off the 20 and go and make that high, it's done. You know what I mean? I just don't want to be in it anymore. Google, sorry. You said Google and then I got distracted. Um, Not a bad call. It is a higher narrow range, so I do like that. Um, the open wasn't too bad for this. I do not like this incredibly strong candle coming into this level. That's too much volume. And that was right at 10 o'clock. So that's when the news came out. I'm not a huge fan. That's so much volume. It's just really unlikely we're gonna get a good move. And then so we sat on top of the level. We kind of the other like you can even see here, like it wasn't really respecting the level a whole lot either. It was just kind of really sloppy. I do like it when we came back here and offered. That looked pretty nice. But after breaking these highs, we should not have needed to come all the way back down to here. So I just think structurally it was missing a bit. But it wasn't bad. I like that it was buying. I like that it was above the 20. I just think VPA wise, it kind of looked like they had exhausted their buyers. And then after that, the market rolled over. YM might be doing a hangman right here. Keep an eye on YM. So what I mean by that is we offered and we see how we have this high volume candle that closed with a very tight body, and then it's come back down to its low. If it makes a new low here, that candle pattern is called a hangman. They normally happen, you normally use them more as like a pivot at the top of a chart, but they work here also. So basically this shows we had a lot of volume coming in, but we couldn't manage to close higher. So and then the immediate offer was to the bid. So that looks like a hangman. There it goes. I definitely like my buy stop on NQ now. If we, yeah, a lot actually. We'll leave that there. YM looks fun. All right, folks, we got a couple minutes left. Any other questions before I call this a party? Oh man. All right, here we go. Did it freeze on me? Sometimes this thing freezes. Yeah, I knew it. It froze. What's your win rate in RR? My win rate is probably about 40% on the month. I probably win about 4 out of every 6 trades, but my return rate on average per trade is somewhere around 8 or 9 R. So I have a really high return rate on my trades. Like right now on the NQ trade I'm in, I only risked about maybe $500 or $600 on it, and I'm up 3 grand. So I tend to hold a really good average return rate. Let's check futures, and then let's check the EMA. My EMA is different. So I use my own EMA. Everybody has their own sauce. This one's mine. So I use the 20 EMA, but for the source, I use a high-low close divided by 3, and then I use a volume-weighted moving average with a length of 14. So I'm actually not using a 20 EMA. I'm using a volume-weighted 20 EMA. So it's it's quite a bit different. Whee! Selling, baby. Anyone in the YM one? That's fun. All right, everybody. It is noon. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. I hope you all have a great trading day. Look forward to spending time with you. Come back tomorrow. We'll hang out, talk about all things trading. Hope you all have a great one. Much love. Bye.